You have people listening from every corner of this planet. No knowledge has been dispersed so beautifully, so balanced across the planet, on this planet ever, maybe in the universe. You have the full potential of achieving everything in the universe. There is no need and there is no reason for man not to achieve. So, wherever you are, the way I taught you to make the coils double coil inside, you have continuous equal gravitational magnetic field, and if you put CO2 on it, and you put zinc on it, you have connected the emotion of the man to it on a stable condition, and you'll find out you become a very peaceful man. Here, instead of having galaxies and universes and creating connection magnetically, we have used the matter state gravitational magnetic field strength to dominate and dictate the shape of the plasma. The nanotechnology, the nanomaterial which you have collectively developed in different ways, by caustic, by electric currents, by whatever, fire or whatever, has that advantage that the matter, the nano and the plasma is all the same. So connection is very solid, it's very strong. The power of the plasma technology, the way we have thought, is beyond imagination of the man. Now you can create and control the plasma, which is the mother of the creation of the universe. You are given the seed of the essence of the creation. The foundation does not belong to no one and is not made of one anymore. You are developing it. You are structuring it. And from today, we will be still the same. We'll still develop the technology in different names, in different colors, in different nationalities which they do not exist. It is beautiful when we see the Christian, the Muslims, the Jews, and every other belief are working together to build up systems. We have already become one faith. We already have become one nation, and we already become one planet. You got to remember one thing. Dates is irrelevant. Today is the last day of the Christian calendar, or tomorrow is the beginning of another. One day is connected to another. We don't stop. We are working around the clock. The Keshe Foundation team is working irrespective of time, position, religion, country. And now we achieve what we set out for.
Welcome everyone to the 113th Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. It's May 12th, 2016, and once again we are pleased to have Mr. Keshe with us from the Keshe Foundation to lead the workshop. And my name's Rick Crammond as your host. And I think we're ready to begin. We'll have some various presentations from people as we go here. Mr. Keshe, is that You are here in the background?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to these Knowledge Seekers programs. Uh, as usual, we welcome you from all corners of this planet. We know a number of people from China are online today. We've got a number of people from New Zealand, America, and the rest of the world. As an international organization, we have become as part of one family, and we have to create as a new kind of what I call family, new conditions of interaction. As you know, we have launched One Planet, One Nation, One Race. The first conference was in Dubai. The pictures of the conference will be released on a website this week by the webmasters, hopefully, some of the pictures. And then the second one, which is in Rome on the 9th and 10th of September, will be carried on with meeting the members of the council that are getting set up in the background and setting up a new family. We create our own new rules, our own way of doing things that is different than before. One of the jobs of the council, and at the same time, we are opening a platform that every time the council meets in open, you can be part of, which means at the moment, there is a plan that on Thursday afternoons, when the members of the council, which is what we call the head of the family, as a family being the human race, you can be part of it. Thursday afternoon after 2 o'clock, if it's agreed by the council, then you can put by the council members. And that is, we want you to come with solutions, not problems. We want you to come with a positive input into the council. We would like to have this because it brings this prosperity to man. We are not here to solve the problem. We are here for you to suggest that we can support the solution. It's different than what is done before. We are not making a court of claims. We are not calling a court where you can come and moan and groan. We are putting a positive side to it, which is, as Caroline says, you come with the solutions and we support. So the work of the member councils becomes the work of humanity. It is important to understand a new dimension into the work of such an organization. We lead by example, and we have to be able to support. So up to now, setting up these organizations means the process of peace. Peace through plasma. Peace through application of the plasma technology. In a way, we finish with the word arms, defense, and army. We create a new cycle with peace through plasma, which means we behave, we act, we use every application of the new plasma technology to create peace, lasting peace, and not talking peace. In my talks with governments, we have set up and we are setting up a new criteria, and that is we use what we call armies as peace through plasma technology system, which means arms are there to feed the man, not to kill the man. Arms in a way to support humanity with a hand on it, not carry bullets. This principle will be seen in the coming time that we will enter in a very big way in the world of influencing the conditions by delivering technology that the government see there is no need for defense, as we all have the same thing. The government see that the peaceful application of technology is the only way and there is no need for armies. We do not go and fight defense technology systems. We create conditions that defense has no meaning in the structure. Fighting takes energy, but creating an environment of peace doesn't take long. It's delivery of new technology, new knowledge, which the strength of the technology brings us peace. So from now on, now that the council is set, they are due to meet in the coming weeks as they elected themselves through the work of them to serve man through peace. We will see activities around the Universal Council and the Keshe Foundation, which is geared up to deliver peace machines, technologies which can bring peace to man, to his environment, to his soul, and to his community. So we are not going to go head on with opposing defense technologies, arms, armies, and the rest. We're going to deliver so much that the armies and defense technologies have nothing to sell. When a nation does not carry an army, but it can defend itself the same as the others, there is no need for arms. So the setup of PTP, what we call Peace Through Plasma, will start, and we will release so much information and technology that enforces the condition. On the other hand, as we said, the conference in Rome, please notice we've seen people who come to book. There is no booking. If you do not pay for the event, there is no place kept. We are not going through the same situation as the first meeting in Dubai. People who booked first and they waited to the last minute, they didn't know they come or they don't. This way, as you book, you pay. And if you have booked, a number of people have booked, that they come and pay afterwards, these are not applicable. We do not accept. So you have to go back and complete the process that we can see and how we can organize it. We keep you in 2 hotels in Rome, and the conditions are made to be a conference for peace, but a conference to show the tools of peace. A lot of you who came to the what I call Dubai events brought a lot of knowledge with you. You shared knowledge. I know that a large number of you hardly ever slept. I received more than somebody back from Dubai when Caroline came back, only sleeping a few hours in 4 or 5 days when she was in Dubai, because there was so much going on. There's so much knowledge shared. We try to make these events twice a year, and in that process, sharing of the knowledge, being able to interact with the people who are the heads of your language section. So it becomes very interactive, very direct, and you can see and be involved as part of the peace program worldwide. The Universal Council, we carry its own language titles, French at universalcouncil.org, German Education Council, Chinese, and the rest, and you communicate through your own language and through your own translators. This is important that we all become part of the same family, and even the language should not become the barrier. On the other hand, we go back to the teaching. As I said, we start teaching very rapid. We start teaching the process and the progress of the technology, that we bring the conditions that enforces the delivery of the technology. Last night till late, we had a discussion with the German manufacturers. They have gone into production as of today. They've done a lot of tests. As I've said to them, you don't need to produce the same thing as we do in Italy. You produce new technologies, new ways, then we can all support each other in delivering new knowledge. In the coming week, next week, hopefully, we see the delivery of new, what they call energizing patents, which is beautifully done by a man who knows what he's doing and is supported by the manufacturing team in Germany, and we'll see the first products out of German manufacturing. In the next couple of weeks, we see the same with the production of new systems out of Arizona Keshe Foundation Manufacturing Group. This is a lot of work done in the background, and it brings us in the point that we will deliver through the technology and we bring the change. The Keshe Foundation Manufacturing in Italy has a stroke very beautiful agreement with the banking system, where the banks have become the partners of Cash Foundation in delivering the technology to public. From next few weeks, you can buy, if you're in Italy, a Magraph system, which is financed by the banking system within Italy, that you only pay €10 a month for a Magraph system, which means immediately you don't need to come with the 500 plus donation. You pay only €10 and you get the benefit on the reduction on your bill directly. The banks will finance everything in the background in conjunction with the Cash Foundation. And we, as I said to you, we have received the confirmation. It's the last pieces of the documentation to be signed. We are delivering 9 million units to the banking system. This creates a huge number of jobs in Italy. As we said, we become a force in that side. And then at the same time, it creates a cycle of the saving for the nation. So if you're Italian, only Italian, you can go on the Cash Foundation Italia.org or Italy.cashfoundation.org. Go to the Italian shop section. In the next couple of weeks, you can purchase a power unit, a Magraph power unit. You sign the agreements, and in signing the agreements, you send it back to the Cash Foundation Distribution Center in Valletta, and you will receive your unit. And you keep to the agreement of what we call €10 per month. And this allows the distribution of the system in Italy as we have come to an agreement. This finance provided through the banking system runs to about 560 million initially, and then up to 9 billion to support in the back of the technology delivery. So if you're Italian, you don't have the 500, you can purchase the unit for €10 per month, and you get your reduction in your electricity bill around 30, 40, 50% immediately, which means you're saving money out of that saving. A percentage of it you pay back to use the unit. And this is the way we recommend to all the Cash Foundation distributors around the world to approach the system. The Cash Foundation in the coming months will increase to 3,000 to 5,000 workforce in Italy, as we have to deliver massive numbers into the infrastructure. This is important. We have become part of it. We are here. We have moved our position to Italy, and this means, as an Italian organization, as the head of Italy Cash Foundation, we run our operations here very close. We have an extremely beautiful team of what we call collaborators, and we recommend to you to do the same. On the other hand, as we promised, by May, we will stop the contribution of €300 per unit. This is important, and we keep to our ethos. Any orders after the 1st of June will pay only €499 plus taxes and shipping, and the contribution donation of 300 will be withdrawn. If you still want to give, we keep the option there. If you want, you can make the contribution. On the other hand, the production of plasma, cans, waters from Japan has gone into production, and in the coming weeks, it will be distributed and delivered to those who wanted to become part of the what we call the trial test for the materials to see how it works. The certification in Europe is on its course. I've been told we should have it in the next couple of weeks, and this allows us to deliver in both locations or import to deliver at any point which you need to sell or use. It's important for us to understand these are first stage development. You enter into your volunteer to test to be part of testing the material to see how far we can expand the knowledge and understand the knowledge. The production in Italy hopefully will start sometimes in middle of June to the back end of June, and this allows us in a way to become entering a new manufacturing cycle, hopefully with collaboration with our partners here, and the same in Japan. There is a very important point which I was sitting and trying to explain, but it's the way our innovation center and our scientists around the Keshe Foundation understand the technology, and that knowledge has to be transferred very rapidly because we've seen it. Our biggest problem in leaking knowledge is the excitement of having the knowledge and then putting it out by the teams of innovators which are around the Keshe Foundation, and this can create a lot of fast movement without understanding the totality. So it is necessary for us in achieving certain things, in understanding certain things, to share it that you can expand on it. On that level, as you know, the Keshe Foundation doctors team is getting put together by Klaus, and the first teaching starts on next Wednesday, the 18th. It is important, very important, if you're a doctor, you don't come onto the doctor's teaching on your own. We don't mind. But, Giovanni says, what do you mean? No. Yes, Giovanni reminds me something. Sorry, Klaus, I just remembered something he told us yesterday. Oh, we can still do it on my panel. There's no problem. We do it. What it is, we are asking you, doctors who are getting accepted, please don't come to them. Come with cases that amongst you doctors, we can discuss the case, we can see the case, and we bring a number of our team of the Innovation Center to be on the table as we discuss with you for your patients. They can build the systems that we can ship across the world to you in one way or another, that you can use it. It's no use teaching you when you cannot apply the technology direct. So I know there is a number of doctors listening today. Please, when you come to the teaching on a Wednesday afternoons to see the process and using the new technology for your patients, please bring a patient with you, bring a translator with you, somebody who can translate. Language should not be a barrier. And at the same time, please book in advance with Klaus what you are going to show, what you're going to bring, what subject you want to cover, that we can slot in the patients. Maybe we can choose one day for a specific kind of illness that we all have the same concentration, or at least 2 or 3 topics. And this is important because the doctors who are and will use the technology will fastly become the center of the delivering this knowledge to the other doctors. So the first generation of the doctors on doctors@keshefoundation.org, you, through the knowledge which you already have, that's why you're here, you become the teachers of the next generation of the people who understand, because we teach you in depth, in total, and then the same as we started with the students, that the students now become the teachers. So please, for next Wednesday, number of you doctors who are there, we might start with 10 or 20 of you till this security clearance for other doctors to come online and other doctors join. Please bring your cases on. Don't just come as a listener. Come to share knowledge that we can share with you, or bring cases you want to see how you can help your patients. There is something which I forgot to explain to you. The Universal Council has appointed what we call Secretary General, which means the person who will be the front of the council. So everything which needs to be done around the council. And this position has gone to Sandy. Sandy, who's been with us over a year now in teaching, has become the head of the organizations of the Keshe Foundation. She used to be with the Keshe Foundation teaching. She was on the background. As the teaching sessions goes on, from next week or so, she leaves the position and she moves to become the Secretary General of the Universal Council for all the affairs of the Council. So we have centralized it. And Ali has taken over the position of the webmastering and the control of the site of the universalcouncil.org. And a number of other people will join that. All the affairs. The only thing the council members are concerned with is to serve humanity. Everything else in the background will be set for them wherever they want to be and in what language and where they want to have the meetings with the governments, with the individuals and the rest. So we are putting into organization a detailed plan for every activities of the foundation, different sections and groups. So going back to the doctors, please bring your cases with you. Next few weeks, we'll try, we learn, and we add. And then after that, we bring live patient cases on the teaching. Teachings are secure only for doctors. And what Carlos has done is that he has very directly asked you a direct question. Only doctors can provide that information. So anybody who thinks they can come in as a doctor, you will fall in the first step because there's a procedure, and then we vet the doctors on their own merits. Going back to the teaching, you have to excuse me. I've got a very bad cold, and this is going to bother us a lot with everything else today. This is part of the teaching which I explain to the what I call the students of the courses on the Keshe Foundation KFSI. In respect to what we thought up to now, and in respect to what we have shown in about the systems. In the systems, if you remember, we created a star formation. We put 4 reactors in all sorts of shapes and forms, 1 on the top, 3 on the base, to be able to create what we call the ceiling. To see the lift, to see ascension and descent. So you see, this is how we structured. This was all to create a physical barrier for you that you could achieve what you wanted to achieve. Still working on interaction of 3 fields in specific configuration. We went into the understanding of even the spherical reactors, gas reactors. Everything we did was to expand the condition where a number of different fields interaction leads to the creation of positioning or creating what you call a surface. What does this mean? We've seen the interaction of the 3 fields. We've seen people like who set up the systems tell us they can feel field forces, but they could not see tangibility or field tangibility. So the system has created. We went from this, the same structure, into the coil system, where we did the coil system to create the same condition where we put the field plasma. In so many ways, in all the conditions, the 3 field interactions leads to manifestation of the physicality, as does exactly the same copy as I said in the teachings with the skin of the man. You have 3 layers, and these 3 layers lead to the manifestation of the physical structure of the skin of the man, which what we see on the surface. In a way, this is what we try to achieve in every setting. Now, here in one we use the GANs, in one we use the gas, in one we use the coil, in one we use the GANs configuration by the nature, which is the man's skin. In the process now that what we thought in the last week, if you remember, we have explained to you creation of a core with two magnetical gravitational rings, where this creates a field in the center. If you look, there is no difference between any of the three now. Here you had the tree, here you had the tree with the skin. Now this configuration gives you the three layers, exactly where you want it. So you have a condition where this is your field 1, you have your field 2, you have your field 3, and the interaction between the three leads to the physical skin of the craft. This is important. Now we have a dynamic system, and so we see a new structure where the sphere with the coils inside it will create the interaction of the three layers, the 1, the 2, and 3, and leading to the manifestation of the craft. This is what I taught on Tuesday. Very soon you will start seeing the structures. But how you get in it and how you get out of it, that's your dilemma. Unless we carry on learning the process of understanding. So in that process, you can do 2, 3 different ways. At the moment, we have a set which is done, hopefully it gets tested, where we have chosen the coil system. What it means, we fill up different gases in each nanopore, a gas here, nanopore, a gas here, and the interaction of the rotation of this core with the interaction of the rotation of these two cores creates a mixture of the fields, which this will lead to creation of a physicality. We've seen the rotating cores. We've seen the solid core structure. Now we've brought the two together. There is the next step. Here we have to have, as we said in the teaching of last week, if you remember, to put a motor here to rotate this and a motor here to rotate this. That we can control the changes of the rotation between these two and the liquid here, that the interaction of the fields leaves the viscosity of the matter in respect to the GANs, liquid plasma, and the GANs coated on the cores. The coils then have to interact. They create a plasma condition. As these rotate and this rotates, depending on the speed of rotation, you create the interaction of three field forces, which leads to manifestation of the physicality of the structure. This is how we will see, in getting the combination right, getting your nanocoating right, a system which will give you what you call the spaceship. Number of people are on our way to achieve this. There is an alternative. As we are not and cannot hold all the time to matter state, that we can carry liquid with us, and we have to move into the field condition transportation, not what I call liquid plasma, but we can again use the liquid plasma to create the condition we want, There is another option, which is to develop a very simple technology. Very simple. Construction of it will be a bit time-consuming, but very simple. Here, you have to have motors to rotate, create condition of the rotation. In space, we don't see any kind of rotating system in space. So what is the parallel? Where can we go? How can we develop this step next further? That we can use the interaction of the fields for 2 or 3 different purposes. So this gives us a new opportunity. No motors at this moment of time. But what we can do, we can take the containment and we can do what we saw last week with our Romanian colleagues. What you do now, each one of these is a double core. Here you feed each core on its own, and you feed these cores on their own. Now you don't need rotation anymore. You don't need to run a motor. You create a pumping system, very cheap, very effective, that you decide the speed of the rotation of the gas of water of whatever mixture you like within these pipes. The speed of rotation will give you immediate reaction. The speed of the feed of the flow of the gas with this different strength will create a condition of the interaction without rotating anything. This is a step towards another step. In the future, once you develop this, then we change the liquid plasma in these tubes with the fields. Exactly then you replicate the process of the generation of the entities in the universe. At this moment, it's an interim step, but you come to understand a reality point where you can feed CO2 gas mixture from here, liquid plasma, and in the center you do zinc or lead oxide liquid, and then you want to change. With this solid cores before, you had no choice. You're fixed. With this now, you can change very rapidly. You're descending, emergency, you want to ascend. All you need to do, change the speed or change the mixture from the tank reserves you have. So your immediate interaction is instantaneous. The reaction is rapid. You have access, you decide the mixture, you can always withdraw the mixtures. We'll teach you in the future how you never lose your mixtures. You always bring it in, mix it, separate it, put it back in. You will learn in the future how to do it. But in this process, what you will see that the field pressures, choosing the right material for the interaction will create you the skin of the crab. So those of you who are in the coil condition, you play with this. Those of you who come to the next step, you play with this. And those of you who understood, there's one person in the Keshe Foundation, as far as I can see, who's understood where he has is on that target, is going that way very rapidly, is to go with the field plasma and not with liquid plasma or the coil. Armand is doing on the other side. Giovanni is trying to plan on this side. So we teach a coding and we bring everybody together that you can see different system develops. I'm sure we'll see a lot from China in a different formation. So in the next few weeks, you're getting to the point that each one of you will feel more, will see more, and then we become gradually to the point of delivery of a total field plasma technology with the control. There are points of importance you have to understand. There are positions and the knowledge when you do these things have to consider. This brings us to a point of the teaching of the medical section. If you understand this, and in the other teachings I explained, if you understand the position of the interaction of field plasma, liquid plasma, gas plasma of different strength will create interaction between them. This is very much like when you have different clouds of different energy coming together. What do you get? Thunder and lightning. In the plasma technology, you get the same condition. When you bring the plasma of a given strength, which you decided what it is, with a matter state of it, or near matter state of it, you have the same thunder and lightning. You will hear huge bangs. You see huge interaction of the fields. The first time when he came across, Douglas panicked. Even a big bang, nothing blows up. But now it shows if you can create and control the condition of the interaction of the GAN's plasmatic strength at the interaction of the field strength of the matter, you will get the thunder and lightning the way you do in the matter state. But now is a matter state, the strength with the plasma of the free energy of itself. So what you're going to get is a lot of bangs and clacks, which shows and tells you the plasma is coming into operation. The plasma will start making noises where that click and clack will show you that you are start creating fields of different strength which they come together. It's very much what we call the sound boom. When you pass the sound barrier, when the speed of the flow of the air compacts against the natural condition, it cannot pass through it, absorbs the energy and releases it as a noise. If any of you have ever heard the sound barrier broken or the boom of the sound barrier, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You get the same things with this when you start playing with these games. This might sound strange. How is this possible? How it happens? The problem is we go back to the knowledge of what we said. You're all thinking you're the first man who's making nanomaterial, but you realize the caveman was the first one. From the first time we made the materials to cook. The Chinese are the best nanotechnologists because they cook on a fire on a metal plate and they nanocoat every day. They put the salt in it, release the energy of the metal which you are eating back to you. So, if you understood that you're all nanotechnologists from the beginning, now you understand the most important function in the human body. The human body is made of gases which they interact, and the human body, at a point, this energy of the gases has to interact with the strength of the environment which they exist in, which is the plasma of a higher order with a lesser order, but it has created a circulation the same as the circle inside. We call it the heart. Now, for the first time, you understand where the heartbeat of the man comes from. The matter of the gas state of the plasma of the liquid, your blood is a liquid plasma. In interacting and releasing energy at the boundary of the body of the man, which is with the interaction of the matter state, will create noise, which is fed back what we call the heart of the man. Now, if you hear a sound boom and you can control it, that it controls and is continuous, you will hear the heartbeat of the man. This is how the planet creates their heartbeat. This is how the stars create their heartbeat. This is how the galaxies create their own heartbeat, where their internal flow of the plasmatic condition in the inner sanctums in interaction with the lower strength or higher strength fields of the environment of the matter state creates a transition, leads to a transition that one has to accept the others, and this itself releases energy that in the ear of the man becomes what you call a heart. Now, maybe for the first time you understand how the heartbeat of the man is created, the noise of it. This is, in so many ways, reflects back to the inner chambers and creates, that's what we hear, that noise, because it comes through the blood itself. Don't forget, your blood is a plasmatic flow and is always connected to one place. So all the fields at the junction of your plasmatic condition internally, which is in the Ganser state, with the matter state, reflects back to the center, and this is your heart. This is where, in the teachings, we said is the center of the feeling, the emotion, and then now you understand how you control the system through your thoughts and your emotion. The center of your flight system will create that heartbeat in respect to its surrounding. If it is high speed, it becomes a noise of whistling. And because it's in a plasmatic condition, it's very sweet. It is exactly the way your heartbeat comes together, and then in one way, all energy is gathered, it releases the sound. This is why in the teachings of this week, I explained very simply. If you can keep the energy of the plasma flow within the Ganser state of the liquid of the plasma of the blood, at the given strength, you will find a man of 200 years old, or 80 years old, or 10 years old will have the same strength. Because now you feed it through the emotion, and through it you feed it to the soul of the man, which decides the strength of the physicality. Same process. So, as I said, now you start seeing different parts of the teachings coming together. Now that we're going further, body of the man has to have its physicality in respect to its plasmatic gravitational magnetic field of its liquid plasma, which is the blood, in the interaction with the slower but stronger, which is the lymph, to lead to the creation of the physicality of the man at the point of the strength of different conditions, which is created in the body of the man. Now you understand how your organs are created. Now you understand it doesn't matter where you are, and you create the right condition, man will be created. Animals or creation in this condition will lead to the creation of life. Now you understand, maybe if we can divert slightly, the principle that the man came and whatever from Africa, east coast of Africa, does not hold. If you understand what's just been explained, you will find out life in the tribe of the man was created in different locations, in different positions on this planet, simultaneously around the same time in the evolution of the life of the planet. So what we call as human race today is the amalgamation of these groups coming together. It was not the race of the man, has never been created in one place. You call it Homo sapiens and the others. One took over the other. Where did the other come from? The other came from a position on this planet where the flow of the plasma within the structure created and led to a life in understanding it, to the creation of similar structures. So maybe now we understand where your blood type O, A, B, and AB comes from. Is from the interaction of the amalgamation of these tribes with each other. As they interacted and as the more dominant strength of the plasma could take over, it became the one. And then the other one, when they mix the interaction, don't forget, they might look slightly more monkier than the other one, but at the same time, they were the same monkeys. The interaction, the feeding of reproduction has led to a new generation of monkeys. And don't forget, if you speak to the scientists and the doctors, they tell you O is generality. There are different strengths of O. Or AB is different strength of what we just call it O in that bracket. It shows how many different races were created and interacted to create the creation of the man. And the heartbeat of the man's strength dictated which one will dominate. We call ourselves, I'm type A, you're type B, you're type O. My friends, we all came from different parts of this planet. This throws the whole assumption of the present science that we all came from Africa into a big turmoil. But this is the reality. We have accepted a huge number of hypocritical principles because that's what we understood. Now that you understand interaction of the plasmas, now that you understand interaction of the liquid plasma, and in a very short time, some of you will reach to the understanding and creation of the system which work through the power of the gravitational magnetic fields independent of matter state, you will understand that life, you can create the human structure anywhere in the universe if you create the right condition. In so many ways, when you interact, when you put together the interaction of different fields the way we see, you come to understand the next step of the development. The next step of development is you have a condition, you have a position where the stronger gravitational magnetic field in interaction with the weaker magnetic field, creating the heartbeat, creating that sound, creating the effect to stay conditionally stable, gives the strength and the manifestation of the physical life. So the older you get, the weaker the heartbeat becomes, the skin feeling and the touch and mentality changes. Don't forget, your skin is part of your brain structure. So if we can feed you with an energy level that can give you the same strength as when you were 10 years old and you are 90 years old now, your skin texture changes, your blood flow changes, and we've seen women with menopause go back in the full cycle of their monthly period. We've seen men of 80 and 90 being able to walk and do things which they couldn't do for 20, 30 years. Because we change it. These changes, when you introduce, has to be in a very slow steps. But this brings into play why I brought this subject up. You change with the strength, the cycle of the strength of the plasmatic condition of the gans of the body of the man, and with it, you bring into operation a very interesting point. You age by time. What about if you can control the transmission? Then you'll understand a new game. This morning, I wrote to the team, gentlemen, you have managed to enter the time machine zone. What does it mean? You have managed, if you understood the interaction of the fields, and you can control it from one to the other and back to the position, you have created two phases of interaction, conversion one from to another and back to itself. Then you have existence of two fields. Let me go down, you understand. You have the interaction of one field with the other, where you can convert one to the other and take it back, where this is the lower strength and this is a higher strength. Gentlemen, you have managed to create a time machine. You have created a plasmatic time machine. For the first time, we have seen this in Innovation Center. It's been felt and it's been not understood, but I have explained this morning to them what they have seen and what they're observing. So if you change the GANs of one and feed in the loop of the other one, and you keep it constant, you create two plasmatic conditions, which is interface flow. You leave or you keep one in the matter state of the condition where you want to be a strength, and one where you want to go. So you will understand, you enter the dream of the man, the time machine, where time around you gets disturbed. Because now you live in two dimensions of the gravitational magnetic field strength. But because you created a GANs flow in your cores or coils, it takes over the environment which you are in. So now you become part of the time capsule. This is important. Those of you who are entering this phase, you will understand exactly what I'm talking about and should not create a confusion of the time and the space for you, because now you understand you are in charge and control of both. It's you who fed the system. It's you who created the system. With the solid state coils, which like Arman playing with, the solid state cores and the systems which innovation centers are playing with, you are playing with a fixed condition matter state plasma with a fixed condition preset plasma. With the new systems which is coming up, and we've seen the first stage of it last week with our friends in Romania, and from Romania is Norway or Austria, wherever he is, and now the setting up of these systems with the flow, you will understand and you will feel the interaction, a continuous two-stage plasma strength, each one having their own speed of transfer. Interface between the two will lead to creation of what we call time zone machines. You keep the one in the red on the left-hand side as a point of reference of Earth strength, which is your matter state. The blue one is the state where you want to go and the time generation separation which you want to achieve and reach. You keep one as a point of reference. This is what you do, always keep the track back home. This is what you do. On the other side, destination point gravitational magnetic field and time of travel. So in this process, according to the man's time, on the matter state, according to the law of Einstein, till the matter state finishes into the plasma, you are at the speed of light on the left side. But you are at the speed of thousands and thousands of times than the speed of light on this side. In the Earth condition, your maximum speed stays the speed of light at the matter state. On this side, you travel the speeds beyond imagination of the man at the present time. But because you use the structure of the whole plasmatic condition yourself, you dictate the speed. You can cross the spans of universe in a man's times of thousands and thousands of years, depending on the strength of the other side, in seconds. But because you created the environment which you are inside it, you're still in the environmental condition that you live within. So you do not feel anything. You do not feel any changes because your internal structure, the body of the man, is made of the gas and evolves accordingly to fit into the environment which is created. We have entered, and as I said, start teaching you heavily on the true space technology and the interaction of the man with the man of the universe, with the creatures of the universe. So you have to understand the totality of the structure. You have to understand how these interactions lead to the conditions that you don't understand, but you can observe, you can feel. Is Douglas on the line, please? Douglas, are you awake? I've been talking to myself. Hello?
Checking.
Can you, Ronan, can you raise Douglas?
Yes, sir. I'm calling him.
Is our colleague in the Mason Center in Philippines who has felt the noise, is he available?
Clint,
Yes. Is he there?
I will call him. I'll call him, sir. I think he's in Bernie's place. I'll check. Bernie, is Clint there?
I think Clint is in the workshop right now. He's
Where?
home. He's home.
He's home. Is he online? Can we get him online? Because I think he has heard the noise of the interaction, the bang. And Douglas can explain to you the same if he's online. So what we teach now, you see the Innovation Center people are experiencing. They're experiencing the changes. And as I guide them to do the way to do the things, we see more and more. The interaction of the phase of the plasmatic condition in the matter state and the plasma state of the same matter 2 days ago in a test we run in the factory blew up the whole structure open. Literally like the field strength is so strong that the physical structure was blown into pieces, opening up. So you have to understand the interaction. Nothing, it's just the plasmatic barrier interaction, which when it reduces to speed is so strong that it creates this noise. And if it's not handled, not understood properly, can lead to what we call reduction of the strength, that if it hits the matter state, can physically push the matter. We show you these pieces. This is important. Why I bring this in subject is that this interaction, how fields come and created between the different state of the matter, plasmatic condition and matter condition, is the field forces, which in terminology of the man puts forces, field forces, on the matter state of it, which leads to the rotation of the planetary system, the stars, the galaxies, and the rest. Now we understand how the conversion of the plasmatic magnetic field energy converts itself into a physical matter rotation. So this is why when you create the space of the physical matter of your spaceship, you will find out that the boundary or the matter skin you created will have its own rotation. This is understanding the interaction of field strength of different dimensions of the strength, slightly stronger in gravity, slightly weaker in magnetical, slightly moving in a different direction, that it gives different twists and turns, why Jupiter is in one way, Saturn is the other way, why the Venus rotates the other way, why we get the Earth and the others moving in the different speeds. The speed is created by the interaction exactly as you see. And you will see these in your space reactors. You will see this, the speed of control is out of your hand if you do not understand the interaction. If you get the right mixture of strength in the pipes, you will understand how you will see the speed of the cores will rotate. It is in this structure out of your hand. Only you control it with the feed of the plasma. Those of you who go into the next step of the field interaction, you will see more. Then you will see the interaction of these with other strengths around you. Then you even might understand the next steps of interaction with what you call the stars in the sky. How they appear to you and why they appear to you, and they stand exactly as they are and not as they've been 180 or 200 million light years ago. Because the interaction is present and instantaneous. This way, we unravel a lot of mysteries, assumptions, and hypocrisies in the world of science of man, which has been created by pieces over the centuries and thousands of years. Now you have the knowledge to test it and understand it, and you understand you don't need, as we say, sacrifice a virgin girl to stop an earthquake, because we never understood where the earthquakes come from. We never understood where all the overtaking of the light of the sun by the moon will lead to darkness, and hypnosis is not something very different than the rest of the operation of the work of the universe. So now, with this new, a lot of hypocrisies in the past created by the science who served us to get us to here is put in the right order. Then you understand the next step for this is the simplicity of the knowledge, that it can be understood by every man, be applied by every man. If you understand the totality of the interaction, now it's you who dictates everything which you have done. Let's look at it this way. You have two tubes. The liquid in this can be fed this way at different strengths, and the liquid in this can be done at different. Change the strength, change the interaction. The field interaction will create a central point feeling, and the interaction of the three, if you've done it the correct way, leads to interaction of manifestation of the field. Now you have not only this, you have another one which is superimposed on a bigger scale at 90 degrees to it. So the flow is constant. And then you have placed yourself in a bigger container. So you have all the three dimensions of the field plasma. It should be very easy for you to create a craft. I told you, a number of you, we have now seen the plasmatic, what you call sound barrier. It's been heard, it's been tested in 3 or 4 different locations on this planet in the past 7 days. We will not release the knowledge how it's done, but it's been achieved, and the people will tell you. It will not touch your electricity circuit, but you hear it. It will not touch anything else. And if you go into total plasma condition, then you will see the time change value, the feeling of the time change value. Who's there?
I think Clint is ready.
Hello?
Hello,
I
Mr.
think
Cash. Hello,
Who's that?
Clint. Clint.
Can you explain to us what you heard in your tests?
Yes. Can I show a video?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I hope you don't show the structure, what you've done.
I'm sorry.
I said, I hope at this moment you don't show the structure in what you've done. You repeated the same thing as with Douglas, am I correct?
Yes. Actually, yes. The same. Can I show it?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay. For a while, I need to find a file plate.
You share it without us seeing your programs, please. First of all, play it on your screen and then share.
Okay, Mr. Cash. Give me a second. My computer is very slow.
Don't worry, we have all the time in the world.
All right. Thank you.
Dog in the background. The noise of your dog in the background is creating excitement in Mr. Topoli.
Yeah. They are very energetic dogs.
He can hear it, he's looking for it, but he can't see it.
Maybe they're talking about the teaching and we just don't understand them. They're already getting it and we aren't.
Possible.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right. Okay, I got the file. I have to share the screen.
Okay, go ahead, we can see you sharing.
All right.
No, you're not supposed to show this. Take it off,
Okay.
please. Yeah. I don't want you to show how things are done the way it's done because at this moment we are not ready for it.
All right, Mr. Cash. The sound that I've heard is a big sound, and then the the my meter spin very fast, and the treat of the what you call that, the my breaker trip off after a few seconds. So I tried another setup. That's the one in the video, but I cannot share it because all you can see there is the spark of the plasma liquid. So I think that's all. I cannot share it.
Can you explain to us what you hear? You hear a big bang?
Yes, it's in the circuit, but nothing is burned. Even my cups did not burn.
So we see the interaction from the matter state into the plasma state, and in what we call the plasmatic traffic jam, and returning to itself.
Yes, yes.
How loud does it sound the first time?
The first time it's very loud. Actually my wife also got shocked, and I told her just calm. It's okay. There will be no problem. But the thing is, I cannot fully test because the electricity went down. Then in my mind I have to. It's just like this. If I will remove the
System.
what, yeah, no. If I will remove the breaker, it could power the it could feed the power to the grid, but it is illegal here, so I don't have to do that.
Yes, but you feed huge amount of energy into the grid.
Yes, yes.
The circuit breakers are, I think what the governments will realize with this technology is that they will take the meters off and the circuit breakers off from the people's home.
Yes, actually, Mr. Chris, I already have a secondary disk meter, and it went off.
Uh-huh.
The inner disk meter did not turn anymore, so I replaced it another disk meter, so it works again. So I don't know what's happened on my meter, but seems like it's not burned. It's still okay.
But the field passes the system.
Yes,
If you compare the noise you hear with the clap of a hand, or can you give us a scale of the noise level, please?
say, no, it's not that loud, Mr. Cash. It's not that big, but you will surprise on the noise, but it's not that loud.
Okay, compare it for us, how loud it is.
Uh, I
Is
don't know.
it like a circuit breaker opening?
More than that. More than that.
Is it a bang?
Yes. It's just like there's an electricity circuit electrocuted or shorted. It's just like that. A big bang. But before that there's a sound just like that.
Okay, what Caroline says, can you compare it to the break of a sound barrier? Have you ever heard of a sound boom?
No, no, no.
Okay. And then what happened afterwards? How does the noise stay? Does it stay or goes lower, or you don't hear it at all anymore?
All I did is to shut down because I was, I cannot afford to burn the electrical system in the house. So uh,
Okay.
I have I have to cut the system and then redo it again, as you have mentioned that we have to use the filtering using the liquid plasma.
Yeah. And it's working?
Yes, this time I'm working now on a liquid plasma, but again I cannot show the video. And then that video you will see the plasma sparks.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Okay, we in the coming weeks we show the system how it works. At the moment, let people catch up.
All right.
Okay. Have you found Douglas yet, or is he asleep?
You must be awake right now. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for your
Thank you, Mr. Kash.
knowledge. Thank you. Douglas, are you there in the background, awake or still asleep?
I think he's still not, sir. He didn't reply yet. I think he's still sleeping. It's still 3 a.m. in their place.
In the place. Okay. If he comes on during the teaching, let us know, and then
Okay, sir.
we'll see what we can do. So now you see the process of the conversion and the use of plasma is on the way. It's for us to come into understanding of the process. It's for us to understand and put things back in order the way they should have been and they should be. As I was explaining to some scientists recently, we can't say we've done the wrong thing up to now. We can't say everything was wrong. Everything which was wrong brought us humanity to this point of knowledge. So we have to respect our what are called peers of bringing us to this point that we add to the knowledge. We should not become part of the hypocrisy that we know better and everything was wrong, but it has to be put in order that what we assumed has been a wrong assumption. But those wrong assumptions at the end has brought us to a point of knowledge collectively where we are today. This shall repeat itself in the space. this process, this understanding, this path of knowledge gaining will follow man into space. The others will teach what they know, and as I said in one of the teachings recently, they learned a lot from us. It's not a one-way system. It's not that the man has to learn. The man has a lot to teach too. In the deeper space, we'll come across a collection of sciences. And the same as on Earth, where each one of us over time has brought something on the table of knowledge, the same thing will happen in space. The reason for this to bring up at this point is not for the man to consider himself as inferior compared to the others. The human race carries a knowledge that in other parts of the universe needs to be known because it allows them to elevate in their cycle of the knowledge too. As we share the knowledge of the space with the man will share the knowledge of Earth to the space. It's not that everything is good because it's made in America and it has to come from America, that is accepted by the man today, but the best comes from China and Japan and is shared equally amongst all of us. The same process will carry. But if we consider ourselves as one race, then the one race of this planet becomes one race of the universe. In understanding this, it allows us the complex and the process of the mistakes made in the past by man considering himself separate or better than the other, when the man is equal to everything else. So, understanding and the ethos of the knowledge does not go and limits man behavior on this planet, but now that you enter the universal condition of the interaction, you have to understand your position too. That you don't enter into space as inferior. You enter into space as part of the universal family, as bringer of another flower on the bouquet of the table. Nothing has changed. Yes.
Sorry, I was going to suggest, Mr. Kesh, that maybe Klaus could present his presentation on the different health units from around the world.
No problem.
Example of that.
No problem. Wait. So in that process, you understand that the knowledge of the man is needed in the space as much as the man needs the knowledge of the space to complete the process. We enter into space technology with open eye. We enter a spaceship program with open eye, where we do not consider our knowledge to be any inferior than the knowledge of the space. But we have to go through this transition time of now to teach that we bring man to understand what the spaceman has understood, that when the man enters the horizon of the what I call the universal community, he does not go as subordinate, but as equal sharer of the knowledge in what he has. Where do you think the knowledge of the space has come from? From one race, from one port, from one entry, from one planet? It's been collected over billions of the years from collective knowledge of the others. And now man brings piece of their knowledge according to the environment which they are created to add to the knowledge of the space. You got to realize the truth and the reality about the creation. We are all created from the interaction of the fields of the different strength according to the position and the condition of the creation at that point. Now, with this technology, we are learning how to replicate the other's condition of the creation. So, as we were created from these conditions ourselves, and they are created from the other conditions, we are all created from the interaction of the same fields, so we are all the same and one. In reality, we are the unified field, which in different strength and packages, in the interaction in different environments, leads to the creation of response, which what you call life, which is what you call the cycle of existence. Life is not the exclusivity of this planet, has never been and never shall be, and is not exclusive of any other point in the universe. If you create the right condition, if you create the right position in that condition, you can create anything as you like. So today's teaching brings the knowledge into a different speed. It brings the sharing of the knowledge in a different dimension. As I said 2 or 3 weeks ago, now the cycle of teaching is going to be very fast because there is so much to teach, and at the same time, there is a reason why we teach the way we have decided to teach so fast. We bring the knowledge of a space to the man, for the man to understand he's already been part of the space, but he chose to close the doors. Now, build systems, which is a peaceful system. Build systems which interacts not with a bang, but interacts with that you can understand the transition is smooth. Do steps of transition. Don't go from one to the other. Do the progression and development in a way that you can understand the totality, not monkey copying another monkey. A large number of you will expand the knowledge in a very rapid way because the knowledge touches each one of us in a different way at different point, time, and space. Some of you never touched the GANs. Now, with this technology, with what you see, you might set up, get up, and do something, and then you become masters of it in the coming time. The process is very simple. Understand the principle. The rest is manipulation of the field. Understand what interaction leads to what, and understand in that interaction what creates the condition to lead to process that you want to achieve. If you understood the teaching of today, you understand now the man is entering a condition that nothing is impossible. In the next 2 or 3 weeks, the knowledge will expand so rapidly that we will force the condition of the peace. We will force the condition of the understanding. We force our ethos of using the technology collectively by all of us in a correct way, that none of us is any different than the others. Each one of us brings part of the knowledge on the table of the knowledge of the knowledge seekers, and the others use what is brought out according to their understanding to add to the next step. Now we are entering the next step. The next step in the next few weeks will be the establishment of what you've been your dream, the spaceship. A tool to escape from the shackles of this planet. At least that's what you think. But don't forget, you enter into the shackles of the conditions of the universe. And if you don't understand it, you said, I wish I would have stayed on my own planet. If you pre-plan, if you go back to all the teachings from the beginning, What I explained to you is we lose a large number of people in space due to the lack of understanding of the condition and totality of the knowledge. What we try to do is not to put a cap on it. You saw me just now saying you don't need to do this, you don't need to explain. It has to stop. Because we have to bring enough of you to a level that can change the condition very rapidly. It's not just releasing the knowledge, but maturing the intellect to understand the use of the knowledge too. Are there any questions in respect to what we thought today? No questions. Do you have a question? Okay. Where is your microphone? Giovanni has a question. You can speak into the microphone. You can come close to me, but I hope be careful. Caroline is sitting here, don't worry. There is the microphone.
Okay. Good morning. There is a special sense of rotation for the pipe that was in gravitational, the pipe gravitational, and it's different because it's important to
What? Rotation of what?
when we have the two pipes.
Yeah.
One
You don't need
inside
to rotate it.
Yes, but the water guns inside need to move with the pump.
Yes.
Yes. So we necessary to know the degree of the tubes for make
No, you can
the
do it
push
vertical.
vertical
Directly 90 degrees into the center, then you don't interfere.
90 degree.
Yeah. 90 degrees to the top.
Uh-huh.
You know the cross you do? That's
Yes.
what they mean to find the four corners of the cross.
Okay. Okay.
The position in these building the what we call liquid plasma systems than the coils is that you will see different interactions. You will see different release of energy. Let me explain to you, maybe it is the time to explain something very interesting. In this here, if you continuously create, due to the bend or condition of the pipe, a specific gravitational magnetic field, let's say here, that it adds to itself and it reaches a point that it cannot interact or find stability with the center, that this plasmatic condition moves out of the system because it's continuously fed and is taken to that position. So what it means, maybe you understand the development of the moons and the systems in respect to the moons. You understand how satellites systems in some of the planetary and the star systems are created. You understand how even in conditions you have two electrons and a proton and an extra electron, because the system creation of the interaction of the fields in a given position reaches a point that the environment is created that it leads to the separation and finding a position in respect to the center. This is how in your system you create satellite spaceships from your system, which matches yours, but always is in touch with you, and you can always bring it back in. Yeah. So these are part of the teaching which we come to in a coming time. You don't carry systems of number of the spaceships on a standby. You create your spaceships which are connected to the central control, and through your reactors, you establish what you need, which is still connected You find a position, you send it to a destination, and it always can come back in. This is how atomic solar systems create some of their what they call the moon conditions. It's not all created out of absorbing energy from environment from outside. Some are created in respect to in the interaction of the center, which repositions itself to the different position outside. A number of moons, a number of stars, if you look even in the solar system, are created by this manner, where you see similarity but totally different conditions, where you understand the position lock but not rotation lock. This is the fundamental interaction of the field. You got to understand if what we just spoke about, the sound barrier, which comes with the interaction of plasma, if you make it in a condition that it can change to the matter, now you create matter conditions from the same reactor. So how you speed feed, all these all will come apparent. You all will understand these very, very soon. This is a transition time till you come to the final, and then you understand you can create different conditions in different parts for what you want to create. This is why we put satellite reactors around the craft, because we dictate now the position and the condition of the energy transfer through plasmatic movement. Any other question? Are we alone again in the space of the map? Hello? Wait. Oh, it's John again. Just switch it off, John. Get yourself microphone fixed because it got to go through the same mayhem.
Yep, everything's good. Can you hear me? Yep.
Have you seen Douglas on the line? No. Okay, you don't see any questions and there are no hands, no raised hands, then we go to the other sections.
Hello, Mr. Case.
Yes?
My name is Mario. I'm from Canada originally. I have a reactor array.
What did you mean originally? Where are you now?
I'm in Bangkok, Thailand. I've lived in Asia many years.
Okay.
I don't know if this is the right time to show this or not, and I'm not sure exactly what it is I have. I had it for almost a year. I've been making them. I think I could have a way to make a crystal tube reactor without any crystal or tubes, just from the behavior of the plasma. But maybe you could show you.
Yeah, if you can open your screen to the page.
Well, I think I can just put my camera on.
Okay. As
That should work, Mario.
yes, okay, then you have to share it.
Okay, there's my video. Okay, I know it looks like a pyramid reactor, but it's really from the flower of life. I've got some drawings here. What I did this last year, studying the flower of life. My understanding is I'm trying to get an interaction of the fields to cross right here in the center and open up a central core. And so from my understanding of it, I put a star formation. I have some little ones that I did originally. Using this, a 12 o'clock position, 8 o'clock position, 4 o'clock position, and one in the center, and another star formation here and another star formation here. So what I have is this star formation. The base reactors are offset 30 degrees. So I believe that dictates the polarity, top in, bottom out. And I'm really nervous here. The base reactor, the star formation is upside down. It creates a crystal.
Where is the energy supposed to come to feed these crystals?
Well, I've got liquid GaNs in here. I just took coils off. I had coils, and these were in the coils. I found some crystal balls because I know the plastic's blocking the fields. But what I've done is since the past few weeks, I took the coils off because I can't undo mistakes, and I made some. So I can't uncoat the coils. What I've done is, for now, to start, I have 12 of these balls. I just left them in here for now until I get crystal, can find a way to drill holes in them, and load them. I put lead GaNs in 6 of them, these 3 in the other 6. And I have 3 lead here in the base reactor. In the top reactors, which are this one, I have the CH3.
You have nano coated, you GaNs coated them, or you plasma
So I
coated?
nano coated the balls, and it's liquid plasma. Nano coated everything. And I have to brace it here. There's a more solid way to make a frame, but I know how to measure that really fast with the string and get the ratios right. Because it has to have these ratios. So, and then I took out a little bit of the lead in 2 of these. I put a little CO2 in that, little copper oxide in that, a couple milliliters.
Excuse me, are these embedded or drilled into them, or how are they?
They're hollow plastic balls. I drilled a hole, filled them with the liquid, and then hot glued up over the hole. So it's just little balls of liquid plasma.
Well, they're just hanging around.
Yeah, I just got them hanging on a wire. The crystal balls. I just took this apart this morning for me a few hours ago because the coils I had the wrong rotation. But I've been experimenting just to test the ability to control the rotation, and I got a counterclockwise field here. I've got a well, it's not clockwise, it's going this way. So I have a gravitational loop here, a magnetical loop here, gravitational loop here, and a magnetical loop here. And if I can get those rotating fast enough, I think, and get them locked in, they'll all lock in here. And then that'll give me, the fields will give me the superstructure, the spaceship. And that'll be coming out of the central core. So that field, you have the entire universe field there. So I'm not limited. So to me, I look at these as just a way to open the central core and door stops, basically. 3 layers cross there. I have a stable central core. So I've been just fooling around with changing the gradients. I was painting on the brush, with a brush. And I found I could change the direction. I mean, you can see the fields, although now not very built up very well, but I did it last.
In the fields, can you feel? Do you feel the existence of the fields?
Oh, I could see them and feel them, yeah. Although now, not much happening. So before with the coils, it was a much bigger field. But I couldn't really control anything, so I had to take those off. The little one, some reason, I did this last year. I was in Hangzhou, China when I did this, and Max and Leonard Shi and Mr. Chen, Mr. Yi, we worked on these together. So we made another set. I had my amino acid. I put my amino acid fields in these. I accidentally did it the first time. My gloves shredded and I didn't notice when I was preparing against. So when we made another set with Max, there weren't any accidents or no amino acids. I know I opened the central core, but I couldn't feel anything, couldn't hear anything. But the first one, I told this to Max, and I don't know if anybody really believes me. I don't know if I believe me, but as soon as I started spinning the little one, I had, in the little one at first, I had copper oxide, CO2, and CH3. And I could see the field spinning. When I spun it at a couple hundred RPM, fields went 10, 20 times faster than the pyramid. So the fields were whizzing around. There was a wave over me, filled the room. And, well, I'm going to say this publicly now. I think an entity, a being, communicated with me for 2 months. A higher form of life. It's kind of overwhelmed me still now, and I did it again because I couldn't get this going and I kind of missed it. So I loaded that one up and I started spinning it. I have to turn it off now because it drives the fields of this. If I turn that on with the coils and everything, I think I can get the rotation out of this, but then I have to have that spinning. And I've always looked like the motor with the wires. I feel like I have a donkey pulling my spaceship. So kind of wanted to get rid of that. And that's...
Maybe you need the donkey.
Huh?
Maybe you need that donkey.
Well, I do. I have to because I can't get the rotation. But I think...
You see, let me explain to you, you understand. Maybe we can add to the knowledge. This is how an electron and a proton works. This is how a moon and a planet works. This is how solar system have their moons and everything else, and they're part of another. Each one leads to the rotation of the fields of the other. The weaker the donkey causes the mother to feed. This we saw in 129 system. There is a need, and this is, even if you look in the amino acid, hydrogen is a need. The demand to feed that single atomic hydrogen in the amino acid is so strong by the others, which are much bigger by the order of magnitude, which creates that flow. This is why you need structure of the star formation. One is always creating a condition for the others to feed, and that's I always say Marx's favorite word, that strength gradient creates the motion and the existence.
Oh, yes, sir. I
So
understand. Can I just say something? I think maybe you misunderstood. I mean, I need to turn the motor on. I need the wires with the motor. I feel like the wires and the motor are the donkey pulling that little one. If I could get the little one to spin out the motor, then yeah. And
you could be quite right. You could be quite right, because that motor creates a specific magnetic field on the matter level.
Right. Well, but how do I get it to spin without motors? I don't want to go into space with a motor plugged into an electric outlet. You know what I mean?
Create a strength difference system.
You mean another system, even a smaller one?
Smaller, or choose a weaker strength in one of your cores.
Well, here, right. That's kind of what I want to do, and I'm not sure. I think I need to keep a balance of the yin and yang with the hydrogen and the lead. So if I start, but I think I probably need to put hydrogen because that's the lightest hydrogen in one of those, not the copper oxide and that. Like, and I still need to know which direction should I have it going, and you know, should I have this one going this way, and if that's going that way, do I?
Okay, let's put the things in order. How do you now decide which way the fields go?
Well, rather randomly. I mean, I instantly feel like I want the gravitational to go counterclockwise. But that's a matter of perspective, because I think if it's going counterclockwise, they're going away from me, and I want them to go in. So I guess, maybe I'm answering my own question here. Magnetically, it would go clockwise. I don't know. I'm actually now just thinking it through. And then the magnetical here would go clockwise, so I have gravitational and the magnetical. I don't know which way to
So let's go. You see, you are in a stage, in a step that you start playing with the field plasma, but you're using the matter state plasma and the matter state itself to create that field. So now you got to look in how you create this condition. You are in a field condition, but is there a way you can bring these fields together to use the fields for another step, or you can use the field on this step as it is? So uh, it cannot be random. You've done something which gives you a specific rotation. Understand how you set it up. Look at the strength of the material you have in each core or in each maybe fields of the core. And then you should be able to lift or to communicate or to create light. If you see the fields, if you can hear the fields, or you say comes, I could not speak, because then when you can't speak, nobody can hear you, means you created in the environment gravitational magnetic field, which is the same as your voice, which is the amino acid of your body. There is no interaction. So it's not strange. If you understand it, the moment we've seen it before with Armin, the machine's silent. So it means, you said by accident or whatever you put your own amino acid, the field strength you created in that environment is equal to strength of your amino acid. So as the voice, which we think is a matter state, is a gas state transmission of energy, then in the interaction is balanced, so you don't hear you. If you do it in the electronic level, electronic systems don't work because there is no interaction, communication, gradient difference. So what you've done is very correct, but now maybe you understand the reason you've seen these features. The process is try to understand how you create the speed. Try to understand how you created the original speed. Try to understand what does it create if you increase the speed or you reduce the strength.
Well, sir, I have multiple gases available, but should I mix mostly the lead and the hydrogen?
Let me explain. I don't like this use of lead. Lead to me.
I don't either, actually. But
yeah.
Okay.
Lead is okay. Let's look at something else.
It drains me. I have to have CO2 over there, and it's like,
yeah. Okay. Let's look at what is the atomic mass of lead. Can somebody go and tell us all that?
Actually, this particular gas is lead and tin alloy. When I was using a composite or whatever, I thought, okay, that's fine. But I was going to go and make pure lead gas. But if I don't have to do that, that would be even better. So.
Okay, let's look. What is the lead? What's the atomic mass of the lead? Giovanni says it's 207. What do we have that's slightly heavier than lead with the same kind of behavior? Silver. Why don't you use gas of, yes? No, it's just me sitting down.
It might be hitting up against your jacket there, I think. Maybe it needs to be on the tie instead.
You got it connected upside down, so I'm trying to go underneath to talk. No.
That's the problem.
No problem. So go. I don't like. You got to understand my point of view. I've been brought up with lead around me all my life. I don't like the material. My father, I remember, used to make systems to cover the radiation from lead sheets, and always had a horrible feeling when you were near it. Go to another material. Lead should not be. We see silver.
Tin. Tin is
Mercury, you
very.
don't want to touch. Mercury, you don't want to touch.
No, how about tin?
Pardon?
Tin.
Tin,
Tin.
tin has its own plasmatic field problem. I'll
Ah.
explain to you one day.
So you
Mr.
do.
Kesh, what about bismuth?
Explain to us about bismuth.
Okay, bismuth has a standard atomic weight of 208.98. It's the next element after lead.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. What is the atomic mass of silver?
One moment.
Okay. Now, what is the atomic mass of gold?
197.
Okay. Now, 107 plus 197, what does it give you?
Oh, okay.
You
I don't know how
understand?
to add that very fast.
You understand?
Sure.
304.
Okay. Now, what did you have in lead?
I don't even know.
207.
Now you see a combination of two gases gives you a safe material, much more powerful, and that's why silver is used for disinfecting and a lot of other things.
A question, Mr. Kesh. If I use two, I'll make a liquid of the two together and I put them in there, but the plasma is going to create two layers there, isn't it?
Yes, but the total mass will integrate as one.
Okay.
You're talking about the plasmatic mass. This is what we have to add to the knowledge. This is how you don't use materials. I remember the first time Douglas created the lead gas. He said it's horrible. And then when he tested, he says it's horrible too. And I said to myself, why these guys don't look at the silver? What is the silver? Again, 107. Then look at the combination of half of 107. Don't forget the 15-20% variation in the gaseous state. You'll find silver and copper work perfect. You'll find silver and zinc work perfect. This is why what they call monoatomic silver, they say is a cure for a lot of things. Because it's the ratio of the different masses of the two plasmatic gravitational magnetic field is 2 to 1. Silver feeds the copper, and the copper demands the energy, and in that process, in the body of the man, they take everything out which is extra or it needs to be fed. That's why monoatomic silver is working for diseases. You create a flow which, with the copper at half mass, is 1 to 2 and creates a wind flow of the fields of the plasmatic level. If you understand this, now you understand how you got to mix. I'm not happy. I've never been happy with lead. But if it led to you, you can understand. I had this question about the lead from our Chinese team, very recent in the past few days. These answers are from Chinese colleagues which are in the background. So understand, if you don't feel, because your emotion interacts with the system too, try to add gases of the heavier, which you know, look, it's a very simple way. The simplicity of it, maybe I can explain. Go back in the present knowledge and see what materials are used for what. And then use those materials, scans, for the condition you want to achieve. Next week, we show a new product by German Cash Foundation Manufacturing, a new energy pens. And the gentleman who's done it, he will explain to you when, for the first time, when you buy these pens, you are given options of different stones which interact with different chakras. So you want a stone which interacts with chakra 1 or 6 or whatever, you can order the stone which goes with it, because the copper coil inside connects with the physicality of the man, and then the stone connects it to where the strength is, with chakra. This is how it works. You do the same thing in your system. If you do not get such a flow, create. Harmon is perfect, and what do you call it? Alex are perfect in creating ganses of these things. So create a gans of silver, create a gans of gold, and then you can do very simple composition of the two as your center to create a heavier gravity, much faster speed. But you have to understand which one is a giver and which one is taker, and what gradients you create. So in your coil in the center, why do you use lead? It means maybe it's not absorbing enough. Silver is safe. Use silver.
Well, I thought that was a sink. I thought that was some. I thought that it was had some special property or something that I didn't understand, and that's why I was using it.
Well, you see, look at, we just said, what was lead? 207. Yes? The lead.
Yep.
207. Divided by 4. That's 5152. And then consider the 15%. Then consider 56, 57. If one of the fields in the lead is a higher, is not 207, is more, let's say, like 214, 215, because it's not all this made of the same electrons and protons of the same energy, is a composite. And in that point, you have a copper or iron or zinc, which are on the lower strength collection, but they behave as one. Then you see how lead interacts with the body of the man. It interacts with your blood. 57, 52, take 10% on one, 15% on the other one. You have a bandwidth of the interaction still the same. One is a quarter of the other one. The field flow is very heavy, so you feel the drain. You feel the pull. You can go on a higher strength flow, start making GANs of materials and play with it. The knowledge, but you have to remember point of reference. The point of reference is your blood or your physicality. If it is the blood, your point of reference is 56, 57. If it is your emotion, because it's near to it, they have to interact with each other, is zinc, 60, 61. Then you have, pardon? Yeah, copper. Between 60, 61, 59, 60, your physicality, and then you have the zinc, which is 65. You see how emotion, which is connected to zinc, is stronger than the copper. And then you see the connection with your materials. Then you create the condition of the absorption, your condition of the feeling. And then you feel good with one, we don't feel good with the other one. Is the balanced flow created in the atomic molecular structure with the emotion, which is plasmatic, and the matter of the silver, which is matter state of the field. So now that you have gathered the knowledge of liquid plasma, start playing the game. Start mixing it. But understand what you mix, what you need, and then you create plasmatic fields flow. You start creating magnetic winds. You start creating motion of the fields as you like. So it's a beautiful system. I've seen your system before. I've seen it, but you posted it somewhere before. But now you have to take it up. There are a lot of people sending a lot of things around. We just look Don't interfere. Max is what do you call it? These are geniuses of these games. They understand it, but they stay quiet in the background. But the Chinese group you speak and you work with, they understood. Chinese have understood because they bring the level of the yin and yang, the emotion with the physicality into it, and they see it totally different. If we bring the Chinese teaching, which we start into the West, most of it will not be understood, but the Chinese culture is a bread and butter because the way of thinking is different. So go back and change the letter. This is what I said. Monkey does, monkey do. Monkey see, monkey does. And this is what we're trying to stop. Start changing the ganses. Look at you. Alex is very good at this. Start making ganses of different roots, because what does the root does? Why does ginger works that way and the other one works the other way? Because ginger absorbs certain fields of, let's say, copper or zinc, which interact with certain materials in the body of the man. Understand what is the content. Now we are at the age of science that most of the content elements of everything is well publicized. It's very on the internet. It's very, you can check for it. What are the material composites of the ginger? Look into it. See what it is. Don't ignore the one which is the smallest amount. Why is it the smallest amount? Because it gives enough that it balances the ones which are so much huge. Or it's there to create a condition of the flow of the energy of the plasma. Don't forget, when you take a root in your hand, it's not a matter state. It's a life. It's a plasmatic condition. So it has a flow that has a reason for things, elements to be there. It is important. It's very important. You made the lead. Now look at the silver. You made the silver. Look at the composite of 2 or 3 different composites of the silver. What do you mix the silver usually with? What does effect give you? Why in ancient time people used to use silver for medicine and then it forgot it? Go back to understand. Even if you go in, I know a lot of you most probably know about this. In Bahrain, when you get pearl, the natural pearls from the Persian Gulf in Bahrain, if you grind it, they say if you grind it for 30 days on a continuous base, it releases energy that it can cure anything. But look at the reality why it does that. Cultured pearls don't do that. Because in that way, pearl was made from the calcium and the saliva of the protein of the animal. And so you release the energies on the calcium base, which affects the immune system of the man. That's how it works. This is what we have to understand, the depth of the knowledge. We have huge amounts of knowledge. But now, with the new understanding, we decipher it. We decipher it the way it actually works, not what we assumed. So start looking, walk away from lead. I never liked the material because it's the extractor of the energy, and it's the energy which does not give much back. Go into silver, create ganses of silver, create a plasmatic liquid of silver, and even gold. I will teach you how to produce ganses of gold and silver out of fresh air. But man is not ready for it yet. We showed to the Japanese how to make gold out of radiation. It's not very far from it. If you understood the knowledge, you're with it. This is beautiful what you've done. Just change the ganses and, in a way, create a condition of the flow. Maybe 2 conditions of the flow. Maybe create 2 balls of different but weaker and one is stronger, that the field interaction between the two sides of your structure forces flow inside. You don't need motors, you don't need coils if you have managed to create a field flow.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. It's beautiful what you've done. Thanks for sharing with us.
Takeshi, can
Yes.
you hear me? I'm Lucas from Vienna, Austria. I have a question to the matter. We are talking before of the plasma fields. I created 2 generators with the ping pong balls on the opposite side, and I have it running now for about 1-2 weeks. And I wanted to know if this is okay, just to have the ping pong balls filled with the liquid plasma, and how I can check if the field is working or not, how I can do this.
Easiest way is go inside it, feed it. You are made of plasma, you are made of gas. You create a condition, you create a flow.
I have it now placed just 5 centimeters opposite the ping pong balls in the different directions. When I had the first one, I had it was kind of destabilizing the field. I had the impression because the whole field around went to the left from the feeling. And on the other side, when I had both now, I experienced from people which are around about 50 meters, 100 meters, that they are feeling better. Can this be from this system or not? I don't know.
Yes, you create a flow. You have to understand what you create out of the flow. Now you create a very strong flow.
What do you think is the diameter, or how far can these go, or how can I check this?
It's running around. Sorry, Vernie. Is Vernie about?
Yes, Mr. Kesh, I'm here.
Would you like to explain to him why you've gone to 3 meters from a few feet?
Yes. First, we're able to, from our initial design, we're able to see around just around 1.5 feet. Then later on, we revise the interaction. We're able to get 1 meter, 1.5 meters distance. Then we further, just yesterday, we further changed in a way that all the flow or each GANs or the GANs must interact with all the coils. Even if the GANs is just on one side, it must interact on all coils. When we reconfigured that way, we're able to get 3 meters radius of field distance. That we can say it's 3 meters because it's the moment we see a reaction from the load. So this distance can be increased in a manner how you arrange the ganses with each other and the coils with each other. When you arrange them in such a way that each one interconnects or help one another and feed one another, the field will grow dramatically. And when you put a load, or when it senses a load nearby, it automatically connects to it or supplement it with the energy it needs. Then at that moment, it will expand further dynamically, especially when you increase the load. So it is very important for everyone to understand the field interaction. You have to visualize, even you don't see the field, you have to visualize how a CO2 GANs react with silver GANs, for example, or lead GANs, and how CH3 in relationship with copper oxide will interact with each other. We have to have this understanding, so it will be easier for us to place them together in a way they will work together in harmony. Without this understanding, we're just guessing. So we won't have a predictable result in how we do.
You are developing this sense of feeling of the plasma. You're one of the leading guys in this, in the way you work and you understand it. Can you?
Yeah, and this time, Mr. Kesh, we use, let's say, we use the car to sense the plasma. It's no longer us, but we use matter state as an indicator to know how far the field is reaching out. The moment the
matter state, explain to us, please.
How
yeah,
use matter state.
The gentleman wants to know how can he determine how far the field is and what the strength is.
Yes. For us, when we're using the car, we know we're building the field. When we put the device near the car, we started it just beside a panel in the car, like the fender. While revving the car like in a consistent fashion, like doing it that way consistently, the same distance, and nearing and moving our device, our plasma device, near the car. The moment you hear the engine changes its response, changes its vacuum reading, that's the moment it interacts with the plasma, and you measure that distance when it started that way. That's distance from the side of the car to the device. That's the radius of the field, because at that moment the car were able to receive the energy of the field. So the car is in matter state, and since it is also doing combustion at the time, when it senses this combustion process, when it senses this energy field, the combustion process also is not totally matter state, but there is also this different level of energy during this process. So it reacts that somehow it helps improve the combustion process when this. Yes?
Yes, we're listening, because do we need to carry a car with us everywhere to know how far the field is? Or is there an easier approach?
Yeah, I'm just explaining. I'm explaining one way of knowing it. Like very clear of knowing it is using a car or any combustion engine that reacts to this field. This is our way. Since our application is for the car system, we use it this way. This time when measuring the field, because this development at this time is we're not connecting this device directly to the car, but we're just having it near the car or inside the car. So for us to know how far can it start influencing this car.
How does it influence? How does it influence when you bring it close or you sit it in the car, you're positioned on top of the engine? Does it get more powerful? Yeah. Or is it the same?
More powerful. More powerful, no gap in acceleration, as if you added more fuel. In fact, you did not. You consistently rev at the same pressure on your foot, but when you put this device near the car, it becomes heavy to press the accelerator simply because there is an increase in engine vacuum. This time, that meaning it's just like you add more fuel to it, but not the same gasoline fuel, but this time it's plasma. So it's more powerful when it starts to get connected with the device. And for that, if you test drive the car, if you measure the miles per gallon or the kilometer per liter, you'll get more this time than before, simply because you adjusted your driving style this time, because it's more powerful if you continue your previous driving style. you have to adjust that you have to feed lesser fuel this time because it's more power. You'll get bump on the first car in front of you if you do the same driving style. So the savings there is because you adjust, because there is extra energy now than before. So okay.
I have a question. I placed in Vienna a couple of these generators, or let's say piece generators, if this is appropriate. I tried to create the field, piece field, I don't know how to explain this. When I know how big the field can be, I can imagine, or I can get a feeling that the field is increasing when it's running. I mean, I have it running now for 1-2 weeks on different places in Vienna.
Okay, can I stop you there, please?
Yeah.
Can you again repeat what you've done? What is the system?
The system is a simple ventilator, which is running on a speed of 2,900 ppm, I think is the expression per minute. And there's a ping pong ball, as you described, filled with the 3 ganses and a little bit of amino acid of zinc in the balls. And I placed 2 of these ventilators above each other, where with the 2 ping pong balls, which have a distance from about 5 centimeters, and I let them run. And this is...
So it's only 2 ping pong balls and 2
yes.
What I call computer cooling motors.
Yeah, it's actually a normal ventilator, which is not only for computers. I think it's for for cleaning or whatever, air cleaning or.
Do you have a picture of it? Because
I don't know how I get on my camera. I can show you the how it looks like on the. Do I have to start on the video or do I have to go?
Just share camera.
Was this asked to start your video later? Camera. Do I have to press and start video or?
No, you need to.
I'll start videos. Okay, then it goes on the. Yes, can you see this now?
Now you got to share it. Okay, yeah.
This is how it looks like. These are the 2 ventilators. And these are placed around 3 or 4 in Vienna now. But I don't know if the field is enough or if this is right.
And what you expect that through these you make the people of Vienna much calmer?
Yes.
And what do you see? Do we have anybody from Vienna who can tell us?
I recognized because this was the first one which is running now in my environment. I recognize that it's getting more peaceful, the area, but I don't know how far this goes, or should we do more, or I don't know how to next steps maybe, or the next developments, or how I can think.
Thank you very much. Thanks for sharing. Any other thing we could share?
Yes, there's other things that we can share. Perhaps, you see, we've had, what about Klaus? Is Klaus there, and would he be willing to go through that presentation that was discussed earlier?
Yes, I'm online. I can do it.
Yep, go on, carry on. Let's see.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, in the last weeks and months, a lot of health units popped up around the world and were built by innovation seekers. And If you build one, please tell we started a collective improvement circle, be part of it. You see here, it's this picture, the first one ever built by Vernie and Rennie, the blueprint version. You see Chris Young's version from Taiwan. You can see Rodrigo's version from Mexico City. You can see our first version in Austria here. But what happened in the last weeks that for us a lot of health units popped up from China. And this is just a small selection of units built there by knowledge seekers. You can see the one of Li Wang from Hong Kong. It's a very beautiful one. He also made the helmet. He made it out of a copper frame. And you can see the details from his work done with his family. But we also got in pictures from Xifang, from Beijing, from China. You see units become more and more professional. And what we also saw last week, this was the unit from Bjørn Morstad from Oslo in Norway. And he told us a lot of some cases he already went through. He is very inventive. He made a huge health unit. He said it's just for the Norwegian people concerning the size. And
just because they're all so tall.
Yeah, they're also tall. And what we see, what we will see in the next weeks, till now the health units are working with the coils, you see, and we will see work units without coils using ganses and or liquid plasma. And as well as we will see professional units ready to be used in hospitals and rehabilitation centers, which will be used by the doctors, being part of the medical teaching starting next week. And as Mr. Keshe already said, when doctors are listening, please prepare your cases. I will send you a form where you can document your cases proper per mail. And yes, I'm looking forward starting this medical teaching being part of it next week. And with all the doctors listening, I will keep in contact and will also guide you technically using your Zoom conference system.
There is important to know that, as I said, Klaus has, once you send an email that you want to be part of the doctors, he sends you a set email which only doctors can respond to that email. Am I correct, Klaus? He asks for a specific thing and only doctors have it. So if you can't provide it, I'll be coming. We don't mention anything about it. Leave it, Klaus. So it's cleverly done. So if you don't provide that piece of information, then it doesn't go back to the security system for the check. Anything else?
Well, we have a couple of things. One is Lisa has a presentation from, it's called the Zhang reactor, and we could have a look at that. And the other thing is we have the remainder of the video that we watched last week from Thorjan from Norway with his health system and him discussing some aspects of that. That's about 15 or 20 minutes left in that video that we watched about half of last week. So
we have those from Lisa, please, from China.
Okay.
Please.
Lisa, are you there?
Hello.
Hello, Lisa. I can unmute you there. Let's see if that works. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Hello? Hi.
Yeah. Hi, Rick.
Hi, Lisa. Nice to hear you after a
Hi.
long time.
Yeah. Hi, Mr. Cash. This is this system is done by the person who did the Fat Boy, and he made a huge system. So let us see it.
Okay, I'll get that set up here.
Thank you. This is from Mr. Zhang.
Okay, we should be able to see that, I think.
Yeah, Rick, can you read it?
Sure.
Yeah, you can read it
Okay, it
better.
says reactors. 4 double core GANs reactors filled with CO2 GANs. Each reactor is inside a copper ball, then surrounded with a triple wire coil. The 4 coils are connected in serial and connected to the outer reactors and coils. In the middle, also, there is a coil. It is made by wire strands. All wires and copper balls are nano-coated.
4
Okay.
double core GANs reactor filled with CO2 GANs. Each reactor
CO2 GANs.
yes.
All
Each
CO2 gases.
a copper ball.
Yeah, the copper ball is it's like a star formation inside this huge.
It looks like the Fat Boy. It's
Yeah,
a very,
this is a new version of Fat Boy.
yeah, it's getting very fat, this Fat Boy.
Yeah, really fat, really fat. So they form this like this big ball. Inside there are 4 reactors are in the star formation shape. So okay, those are small reactors.
Okay.
They will form original version of Fat Boy.
Of course,
That yeah, that Fat Boy is in the center, so it have a lot of Fat Boy. Okay, this is how he did the triple wire coil. He used use one wire and like back and forth, so make 3, and then he roll on this.
You can see the way the wires bent here, and that there's 3 wires at a time on the coil, so it's like a triple wound outer coil. I think there's other pictures of it as well here. There's a close-up of it. And there's looks like 2 wires end up coming out. There'll be a entry and exit wires there, but it's triple wound, which is different. Okay, this is the big reactor. And here's the arrangement of the reactors.
My God. The Fat Boy has a lot of fat children.
Yes, it's like whole family, and the outer the 6 Fat Boys on the outside, they are just simple ones, just have a star formation inside. Each of them have star formation inside, doesn't have the coils surrounded. And here it is. He also added the double coils was like our power system, the microwave system. So it's just one layer. and he has 1 to 6 of them, and also surrounded the big reactor.
Okay.
And go down. Okay, here how he connected them. He have a okay. The very outside there are 3 coil sides and 3 fat boys. They are connected in series, and then they connected to the center coil. The very big one, they have a center one, a coil, because they have there are 4 reactors and 4 coils. Other than that, has a 5th coil in the center. So this one, the outside connected to the center one, and then he has a 3 small fat boys in series, and 3 coils in series, and then they in parallel connected to the start of the 4 coils. That 4 coils was in series and then connected to this one. This is how he connected. And he had run it for about like 2 weeks, but he doesn't get much effect about like he wanted to fly, but he just thinking may get some advice from you and from everybody how can get a fly or create a light. Those cores he also nano coated. In this picture it shows still copper color, but they are nano coated, and all the wires are nano coated, and including the bolts and nuts and everything are copper coated, are nano coated. So
there is a flaw in this system, and the flaw is he's created a lot of leakage. There's a lot of leakage of fields from this system. The leakage comes from the way he has put the coils and the cores in this structure. Secondly, the 6 reactors. One problem that a lot of these designs, I've seen many people coming with a lot of combination of the things, is look at the design. Can I switch into the screen, please? A lot of you make a lot of these designs. A lot of you do a lot of these combinations. But have a look at the reactor cores which we set. You look, everything is based on symmetry of the field flow. You have just what we saw, the big fat boy and the others, for example, of the same height. The field flow is flat. You haven't created a dynamic flow. You have created a rotational flow. And when you put a strong, a weak, a strong, to go, for example, from the weak to the stronger one, this field connects, but you open a gap to the next one. You have to learn to compress the field inward. This is just a combination of a lot of system made a lot of things made, but you don't consider, you're just looking at a flat floor. If you can see my hand, you're considering fields at this level. You need to create a field there too, all standing in that direction. That nothing happens. Secondly, a lot of you, I'll say this to a lot of people, when you make these kind of systems, if you put a camera on it, you'll find out you think you left. This system is very steady. But every now and then you see the system goes like this. And then it goes back again in a straight line. To you is nothing, but that field flow creates a gap. That's vibration, allows a field release. You want to create a field compression, you have to maintain and contain it. Even in a single plasma course, you have to be able to do this. A lot of you will start making these liquid gas or liquid plasma, and then you find out it will not work. Because when you make the liquid plasma gas, on the top you leave it open, and then instead of creating a closed loop, you create these little strengths, these little things affects your performance. So you have to, the system is very beautiful what is made. It's a lot of hard work, but it's a flat plate flow. And then by combination of a strong and a ellipse, yes, it's created a flow, but he has created a lot of escape routes too. Because in this gap, it's not tight enough. You create a field to create a flow, but you create leakages too. When you make system, don't look at it on a flat. Look at it three-dimensional. Look at it in the sphere of the plasma. You're dealing with a sphere, not with a flat. So even if we have system, what we have is a flat flow of fields, which they themselves now interacting with the others, the wall, the base, the top, the ceiling. Nothing is contained. You have to bring everything to be contained. Your containment is 90% of the success of a lift. You have to increase the fields to the point that where you can contain it, when you can develop it, where you can maintain it, and then when you can manipulate it. And secondly, I've said that to those who build these kind of systems. Don't build huge system with a small reactor, the spaces apart. Build systems which are tightly packed, very tightly packed. And then, as you see the result, change your parameters one at a time and let the field grow. You build your system. At the beginning, make it very, very tight. And then, as you separate it, gradually, you increase your field band. You heard Bernie just telling you, they started with 1 foot. They went to 1.5. Now they're in 3 meters. You have to increase your field dimension, but not putting it at 3 meters apart and then saying it doesn't work. Build the field, compress it, and learn how to control it. What gives you the flexibility of control and dimension? This is the simplicity of it. Building these cores and putting them in such a field apart, and then adding leakages system into it, not bringing it to control. If you look at the scarf system, we put 1 up and 3 down. We maintain the flow, height, and position difference. So it's your responsibility to do this. You have to do this. You have to learn. You just can't copy and build systems, spend so much time on it, and then find out that you can't do. It doesn't work. I don't see anything. A lot of you have a lot of systems are workable. 99% of systems built by any of you, all of you, is a workable system. You haven't managed to understand the working, be it from the gas reactors, be it from the coils, being from the core, being from the GANs, all of them are. Is in a way, what you've done, if you look at it from the beginning, you have gone through the evolutions of different races of the universe to develop systems for themselves. And all of them managed to get to space. But you have to understand how to control it. You think, I always say this, you think on planet Zeus, there was birds that the man watched and they all have aircraft? Creatures of the universe standing on the planet or in the space of universe where they are, they looked into the sky. They saw the motion of the universal birds, the planets, the stars, the galaxies, and understood the process. It's the same for all of you. Man has gathered information which has made him to make physical rotational system. We call them motors, we call them the wheels. Not everyone in the universe has got through that process of matter state. Huge number, majority of the creatures of the universe look at the motion, position, condition of the position of the stars, of the elements in their environment. We looked at the bird because to us was matter. What happened if we didn't have a bird? Man would have never dreamt of he can fly. Understand the way the stars move. Understand the position of the stars. Understand how these positions are created, what it leads to them. For centuries, we are looking at Saturn. For centuries, we are looking at Venus. For centuries, we are looking at different stars. We never went to understand the real, what we call, position and the motion of them. Now we understand about the plasma, now we understand about the field flow. Start analyzing. It's you who writes the true story of the cosmology, not the cosmologists of up to now, because they all work from the same hymn sheet of the guesses. You tell me, according to the present understanding, why Uranus is working sideways. Why Venus is going the other way. Would you accept that if you are running, if I hit you with a stone, you change the direction of your flow 180 degrees, or you run faster to be away from the stone? Does it make sense that Venus is going because it got hit by a meteorite or something and it changes its direction? Or now that you can set a structure in your way and see the change of the flow of direction? We just saw the gentleman in Far East, Canadian. He's worked with the Chinese. And then he tells you he can see the field flow. Start looking into the sky and look at the plasmatic flow of the fields. There are flow fields in the sky exactly like rivers on the planet. I see those flows. I see it from the interaction of the other fields. You look at a star and you say, oh, this star is there, or this moon is doing this, or why is it doing it? Now you understand the plasma. How can we reach that? By understanding it, replicating now in new systems. We have no choice. Now we have opened the Pandora box of the knowledge of the universe. We have to continuously add to it. We have to comprehend it. We have to understand it. We have to follow it in the way it's done in the nature, but not by what we guessed. This is where we come to. This is where we have to be. This is where it's important for us to be able to develop the true knowledge of the space. This is the reason the guy is not flying, because he's got a flat plane and a lot of leakages. Anything else?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cash.
Thanks, Lisa. Nice hearing you after a long time. We don't see that much from the Chinese community in presentation nowadays.
Yeah, because they are out to shine to show their work. So this one we have to like push it a lot, and then they show something.
Yeah, but do we need to the Chinese are developing a new dimensions into the knowledge. So we have to understand the new dimensions. You got to poke them not to be shy. They were
Okay.
so, if once you are ready, we put the Chinese teaching back on again.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Our next position.
We've got a note in the chat here from, I believe the name is Rodrigo, about his health system. He had one of the health systems that Klaus was showing, and he mentioned
Rodrigo from Mexico.
Could be Vildosola is his last name, Rodrigo. He says, do you want to see my upgrades on the health unit?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'll unmute you. There you go, Rodrigo. You should be able to speak there.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you so much. Yes. Now I'll try to show the photos. I took the photos. See if I'm.
Okay.
Wait. I have to share the screen.
Yes.
Can you see this?
No, we see your.
You see the whole of
your desktop and your Zoom. You need to open. Okay, now we see the pictures. Yeah.
Can you see the pictures?
No, you got to open it up, please.
No, you need to stop the screen sharing and then open your pictures and then start the screen sharing.
Oh, start the screen. Okay. Please guide me.
Okay, well, stop your screen sharing or.
Okay, stop it.
Okay. Now start your pictures that you want to show. Get them up on your desktop.
That one? Do you see them?
No, and then you do screen sharing again, but select the photo rather than your desktop.
Okay.
Yeah. One
photo. Camera. No, camera. No.
Go to share screen and select your photo that you have up on your desktop as a window.
With oil.
Can you not do that?
Can
you go to the share screen window?
Olive oil is the best if you use
and find your pictures there.
Different gases.
Can you see them?
No, we see your Zoom meeting picture again. Okay, now we see it. No, now we don't.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm not good on this. Can you guide me?
No, click on a picture. Just click on one of your pictures and bring it up on your desktop, and we should be able to see it.
Just click on one of the pictures.
Okay. You see that?
Yes, yeah. We see that.
Okay. This is the original, the one I presented, Mr. Cash. And you asked me to make modifications on the bottom.
Are you joining the doctor's teaching group?
I haven't received the confirmation.
Okay.
Yes, he will. He will, Mr. Cash.
Thank you, Klaus.
Thank you.
Okay, this is the one. I was changing the bottom to adapt more boxes. So then the adapters, I want to explain what is all this. This is in my garage, making the boxes, all these boxes. And this is the unit with all the for the body. We can use all of them the whole, to cover the whole body, or we can change it for the one you told me to make for bone marrow stimulation.
Yep. I hope you haven't forgotten about the hip.
We can lift this one. I mean, to lift this one?
Yeah, you cover up or you come down. Okay, I understand. It's very nice.
So we can adapt everything even for the body, this one, or making two of them together in one size or the other, or one. And also for both sides, then so as well, this is it is the way you said that has to be done.
Yeah.
Okay, this I had to think, Danny, if you're there, Danny, thank you for your advice. You helped me to think to Danny and Mark, help me to understand this. Thank you for both of you. Okay, also I hang the helmet. I use the fishing rod because it's too heavy to support this helmet. I know it weighs 8 pounds, but after a few minutes, that 8 pounds increases the weight, and it's so hard to hold them. So I use this fishing rod to control.
It's very nice.
And there's also the batteries here on the board, on the frame, and also can be adjusted. This is battery. This is zinc batteries.
Yeah.
And also this one. I'm sorry. This one can be also. Some people ask to use the helmet without using the body. So I create this one. Is what can be removed from the top. This one and put it here.
Yeah.
Like this.
I see that. Yeah.
Also remove the helmet. The batteries can be removed and put them on the frame. This one, the helmet, the fishing reel, and we have everything. So we can put we can put a chair, we can put a wheelchair, whatever. Put a patient here and use the helmet. And also this one is to adapt. Put them on the bottom of the top boards to adapt it according to the size of the persons. You can put 4 inches, 6 inches, or 8 inches to increase this one.
Yeah. Very nice.
And also for person who has to be stand up for a long time, I use this crutches. And also this one, I created this one because I have a special patient who is unusual, but I'm treating a patient with tumors, which is this one, and it's doing very good, very well.
Oh, what a nice patient.
Yes, he has a tumor, cancer tumors on the left leg. In 5 days, those tumors disappear, almost 90%. Then I'm going to follow the instructions you gave me.
Have
Yes.
you, if you come back into the doctor's teaching, if it does not go to the last point, then we're discussing how to get the last part out, the last 5%.
Yes, I received that information. Thank you, Mr. Christian. We'll discuss it. Yes.
Yeah. Can you tell us how do you see the reduction in the tumors?
Yes, this dog came from, he had 2 previous surgeries 2 years before. On the he had mad cells, cancer tumors in the rat's left leg. And when he brought it to me, it has 2 tumors the size of a golf ball. And in 3 days, one of those tumors were reduced in the size of the pea. Green pea, a little bit. The second one took 7 days, and now both are the size of the pea. This little one, there was in 7 days it reduces the size of those cancer tumors. Incredible.
But get rid of the pea size now.
Yes, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do the the instructions you gave me. I'm going to follow the instructions using plasma.
Yeah, that's very nice. Do you see, you change the cancer tumor, but do you see much difference, or does the owner see difference in the behavior too?
Incredibly, this dog is 13 years old, an old dog, and the owner said that after the sessions of it being in the chamber, he starts chasing animals. He behaves like a young puppy. He has a better attitude, is eating better, and runs better than he has a little brother, but it seems that this one has more energy than the other one.
So the system affects both the behavior, emotion, and the physicality.
Correct.
This is what we said from the beginning. It's very interesting for you doctors to join into the sessions to not observe only physical changes, but observe emotional changes too. Because with this technology, as I said, we interact with both. And I think in the coming time, we'll see more and more of this.
What I've seen, the people who have come to visit me and share this chamber, this machine inside, and they have pets and they leave it in the car, they said that after they went home, the pets that are in the car start behaving differently, better. Even being in the car, not inside the house, not inside the field here, but outside the house.
Is it, as a doctor, I think Dr. Frost can tell us as well as psychologist or emotional motion, do we, according to your understanding, emit or receive different fields once we go through this? And we see different dimensions, we see different, not dimensions, different aspects of life, security of life gives us the change.
They will change. People that are coming, they feel the difference. Then when they go home, they feel different emotionally, physically. They went through different changes, and start people start calling me if they can come again and spend a little time inside. There's a lot of people. You have no idea how many people are starting.
How many?
A lot of people, incredible people. Every day I receive phone calls from different part of the, from neighbors, friends. They want to come and be inside this field because they start sharing the experience, beautiful experience of people being inside. And only for some people stay 10 minutes, some other people stay 20 minutes. And this patient, this is the one I presented when I show you the first time this unit, who had brain tumors on the right and the temporal lobe and frontal, temporal, occipital, and cerebellum lobe, and the liver and the bones. 5 days after I started using this unit, following your instructions, she had an MRI and a scan, and they could not find tumors in the frontal, temporal, occipital lobe. Only one on the cerebellum, and could not find anything on the liver either.
You had the MRI scan before that?
I had everything to prove that.
Do you know why that tumor is still there?
That one, yeah. I don't know. Most of them have disappeared, and I'm gonna start this. You asked me to do this treatment for 2 weeks. She's been doing 3 hours a day. She started 9 in the morning, one session, another, and the second one at 1, and the third one at 5. And she's been doing. She's gonna finish this session, the 2 weeks, next Monday. Then I'm gonna follow the next instructions you just gave me about using plasma.
It is very interesting. What is interesting to look at follow these patients in the long run. Follow them in months after.
Okay.
Because now you're putting them in a system as a whole body, the way you're using it, that would we see the rise of the secondary cancers again? Or due to sorting out the emotional and the physical, the cancer would not appear at all? One of the things which we have seen, and maybe for your doctors to understand, you know, you get immunization, you get a small amount of virus to build your immune system, like vaccination, we call it.
Yes.
What we see in the people in this process, if you get it right, is that the body creates a new dimension in the structure which does not accept any more production of cancer cells, which means it locks itself to variations which cannot be accepted by the body. So it considers as a waste of time in a way, as you call it. And we should not see reoccurrence of any cancer in the long term with these patients. This is what we want to do. We want to create a track record. Does it come back, and how does it come back?
Perfect.
We see these kind of cancers especially increasing in the use of the mobile phones. Brain cancers are becoming very, very rapidly increasing due to the field of the, what do you call it, radiation from the mobile phone. And it's interesting that we see there is a solution, there can be a solution. We'll see you on the Wednesday teachings. Hopefully we learn more from you. And you teach us more in what you see. And this is what I said, a few doctors like you can build things like this. And that's why we need our innovation center in the background to develop it, to bring it in. This
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thanks for sharing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Need.
Okay, back to Dr.
Are we seeing the last 15 minutes?
Yeah, we can play that video now if you like. And we also have the presentation of the New Zealand Health Unit, but without the people that made the presentation. They didn't want to be present, but apparently we could still show the presentation if we want to do that. But perhaps we could watch the video first, or what do you think, Mr. King? Okay, get that set up. Okay. Okay, let's see if that works.
This is from New Zealand.
Yes. No, this one is from Thorjan from Norway, actually.
It's a continuation of what we saw last week.
Yes, right.
Okay, we saw him sitting down and telling how he makes his capacitors.
Okay, I think it was around the 15-minute mark here.
May I show you one thing, Mr. King?
Yes, let's listen to him. Let's finish this sermon and then we come to you. We need to talk to you for a bit. Let's finish this and then we go to your level.
All right.
Armin?
Is that okay, Armin? Or
Yes, definitely.
Okay, be about 15, maybe 20 minutes or so. Okay, here we go.
10 minutes, then we have something for next week.
Okay, sure.
Leave it with you. Carry on.
Okay, let's see where we're at here. I have to turn up the volume.
Words how to describe it, but it's like consciousness itself. It's like conscious energy, and in some way I'm very happy that I'm standing here. Yeah, it's unexplainable, but really I'm feeling good when I'm here. I'm curious, very curious how it's gonna be if I will stay here for 15 minutes or something. But I will tell you about my experience after this. Yeah, we'll see.
Okay.
Thank you, Andre. Thanks, guys. One, blast off.
So I wanted to have an explanation to how I made the plasma batteries. So I prepared a little drawing. These were the two testing batteries that I was kind of training on in order to see how this actually is done. And so I made a few adjustments to the 20 batteries. They were slightly shorter, and they kind of look better when after making two of them. So this is for training purposes. And so in the GANs that I made, it went like I was making 5 different GANs, 5 different GANs containers to begin with, and it was a fantastic discovery while I was doing them, because I could see the meaning, the technology meaning to what we call intention. This is a very physical approach when it comes to the intention. So I made one container with zinc, one container with copper, 2 containers with steel, and one container with brass. And then I made sure that my final soup would be 40% of zinc, 40% copper, and the last 20% I was getting more and more conscious about. I knew that I could draw the iron and the zinc from the copper side of the brass, and I mixed 2 different irons together. In Norwegian, one of them is called stiga iron, and this is, I guess, a bit younger steel. Anyhow, it went out to be a completely orange color, and this is more went out to be, since it was an older steel, it was rather a dark brown reddish, and I put them together to make the 20% as strong as possible. And the leftover from the copper side of the brass, I knew it was going to end up to back up the steel part of the GANs in this 20%. Of course, there is an interesting cooperation here with the gas in nanostate. So the nanomaterial is working with, because what all the 5 containers have common is that they're made out of plastic, and so you appeal to the silicon side that is having a very interesting play with under the production of the GANs. And so the 20% are actually consciously pushing its strength with the steel and the leftovers from the brass, and the rest is, let's say, for example, according to the Chinese photographies of the copper GaNs, it turned out to be a pentagon shape with circles around them. But I could see on the photography that the pentagons were the distance between the pentagons were not equal. There were many pentagons, but they were all in different directions in the photography. But I was asking myself, what's in between them? And that's when I had the thought that this is gas in nanostate. So what about how can you see, how can you detect somehow the nanomaterial and the other part of the glue, which would be the silicon, and the silicon and this sugar is something called Arabic gum. It's a particular syrup sugar to help to bind this, especially this 20% stronger and better for the 80% together on the genetic and the emotional part that creates 80%. I was thinking that even if I get 40-40 for zinc and copper, I could add to the battery a small piece of zinc plate in the battery between the gravity layer and the magnetic field, underneath the magnetic field, in order to press as much zinc from the battery, from the GaN side of the battery, up to the more physical layer of the zinc, in order to try to get from the 40% up to 50 to 60% on the conscious side of the mixture, from zinc GaNs to the zinc pieces that I made sure that it was going to be on the from the battery side, from the physical side. And so, of course, the end product of the GaNs were showing up to be, as I expected, much lighter than the Magrav unit GaNs. The Magrav unit GaNs, we use as much heavy metals as possible, and they turned out to be quite dark in color. But I knew that from the brass side and from the zinc side and the copper, we have three quite light mixtures compared to the steel. And so the end product were getting very light, and that's exactly what I wanted, because this is, after all, aiming from the health sector much more than imitating electricity. So that makes the difference between the health batteries and electromagnetic batteries to batteries. There's a bridge there.
Okay, perhaps we'll end this video here and continue the last 10 minutes or so next week. So let me stop the screen share there. Now, Mr. Kesh, we have the New Zealand presentation we could have a look at, if that's okay. And I think Vivek is going to help with that.
Yep, sure, no problem.
Okay, well, I think we can carry on with that then. Let me get that set up.
Okay. Sorry, I was muted. How far of that video is left that we can carry on?
It's about 10 minutes.
The left or finished?
About 10 minutes left.
Yeah, but is it on the capacitors?
I'm not clear on that. Let me have a look here. Go.
Because if it is there, we can carry on to see the end of it, because next week we won't remember what we saw.
Right. Okay, I'll have to bring it back up again here, just a minute. Okay, just a second. Okay, it was about... Okay, let's get back into the place where I was there. A little further on here.
We see a narrow band. We don't see anymore. You got to open it.
Let me reshare. Can you see it there now?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, and
imitating electricity. So that makes the difference between the health batteries and electromagnetic batteries to batteries. There's a bridge there. So that's what I wanted to share with the GANS story. And then I wanted to talk about Nassim Haraid, his work when it comes to the new geometric patterns that is very, very interesting when it comes to the mutation in language. That is very interesting, because if you keep the cellular structure and you combine the cellular structure to the molecular structure, then you realize that if you change your point of view from the water side, for example, of the body, compared to the cellular structure, then you have the molecular structure and the cellular structure side by side. And in one cell you have one DNA that is referred to when it comes to the intention of the GANS mixtures. And there is obviously, since the copper GANs are showing pentagons, then it might be the scientific backup that Mr. Kesh are talking about concrete when it comes to the reference of the building blocks in the universe. We wouldn't be much surprised if finally the Hubble particle or the God particle has nothing to do with geometry compared to the results of the GANs. So I spoke to a fine scientific man in London who were anxious to take a photography after, now that we know the outlook of the copper GANs, how this would be shown from zinc GANs and iron GANs at least. And we both agree that we have reasons to believe it's not going to show up as pentagons. And so if the presentation of the pentagons in the copper GANs is shown to be 2D, two-dimensional, then it will be a great surprise and a breakthrough if the zinc GANs or the mixture of this are making some 3D or 4D patterns, aiming for the big goal as for example the Metatron's cube. These are science that is soon to be discovered, and if you for example look into the memory of the DNA and the memory from a molecular structure of water, then it's there is two types of memory, and they certainly don't think like humans. That's what I meant about the muting side in the language, because I've figured out somehow that if you talk about water, then if you see this from the water angle, we would call the water with its structure, molecular structure, but the water doesn't see it as a molecule. So what happens to the water when you are injecting a language from terminology called emotional? What happens to the water for the emotional side or the genetic side? And I discovered that the molecular structure of the water had the same language as the cellular structure, because the cell, through its history, are waiting for the brain to somehow obey the orders, which creates our story as a human. But the cell itself has its own language. It doesn't really understand the emotions or genetics, but it do understand the orders. And it turned out to be in the least wrong we can say about it is that it's got a neutral language. It's got a 0 point understanding, since it doesn't see if you mean that according to all the misery that happened to you, you deserve a cancer. Of course, this is a language that is happening in your unconscious part. So consciously, you would find all the excuses in the world to be ill in the first place, picking up, for example, cancer. But if you see it from the cellular perspective, then the cell are just picking up this because you asked it to pick up this kind of what we call illnesses. But I have reasons to believe that plasma, cells, and molecules doesn't understand the human being. It seems to be they're having the same language, which for us would be quite cold to understand. They don't have a particular point of view, although they have a look, they have a outlook. And so the mutation in language, I've seen as an example in fresh water and salt water, that when you inject copper gas, then it has its reaction in the now. So the water, from the water side, the molecular structure are saying, look at me, look at what happened to me now. And on the genetic part, it has its memory to heal itself. Now, so if you put 50-50 copper and zinc, then that's what the water needs to, one, remember, using its memory to get back to its original shape. And the emotional part is the result of, the genetic part is the result of how it works from one molecule to another, collective and subjective. And this is the same thing with the cellular structure, that if you talk to one cell, trying to forget that you're ill because the plasma side or the cell or the molecule doesn't understand illnesses. So what we're talking about there is balance. And the language is interesting, seeing from the plasma side, because it takes what it has and puts it into balance. So there hasn't been any enemy in the first place, except for in the head. So that's what I wanted to share with dear Mr. Kesh and his wife Carolina, and all the beautiful team that this is surrounding this heart of this so-called plasma technology, and to all my friends in Norway.
Okay, that's the video there, Mr. Kesh.
Is he there?
You have any comments that you'd like to make on that?
Is he there? Are you online?
Hello, Mr. Kish from Oslo. This is Torbjörn.
Yeah. What I would like to do with you is, or I would like you to do, is experiment further in what you said. First of all, the mixture is important, and in a way, when you mix materials and field, you create that distance and gapping and the volume. So develop it further. Maybe I think the way you're going, it will be very interesting in the start seeing three-dimensional the bodies, because you create the spacing. But look for the light. Look for the what do you call it? Combination of glows or lights.
Yes.
And I think you will see interactions with the physicality, but in the dimension of, let's say, lymph or muscle tissue. Do you understand?
Yes, absolutely.
So what it means, if you can follow it further and interact the right, now what you got to change is the salt in your system. If you can create the GANs of salt and add to it, you'll find yourself physicality of the matter, of the GANs.
Do you mean sea GANs?
No. Salt, like a sodium, potassium salt.
Himalayan salt, for example.
No, no. Go. Marco has built such a system. We went through the step by step. What you're trying to show, we see it here in the lab. We'll take pictures. We show it to you. But what is interesting to do? Don't rush to go and do a lot of things in one go. Do step by step and increase step by step into adding, changing a small variation. Don't change much. Go back to what you explained about the copper, the pentagon, and then add, you will see hexagons and you see other formations.
Yes.
And if you add the right combination, the material will create new dimensions to a full circle.
Exactly.
Okay, so it's interesting. It's very interesting. The way you presented it. If you can photograph it, try to do what do you call it? Pictures of it, and come back and teach us.
Avec plaisir. With pleasure. I think it's so exciting. I don't really know where to put myself. It's so exciting that the whole body is jumping.
Yeah, but it's the way the body finds its volume. What you're showing is this is how our body creates its volume. That's how, let's say, if you get the salt of which is used for the construction of the kidney, you'll find out these pentagons will have dimensions of 3 dimension in respect to the others, and then you see structures, and then you start seeing the storage gaps between them.
Exactly.
This is it'll take you a few months to go through it, but in so many ways, a much faster process of this is already started here in the lab. I show you what you're looking for here. The still machine is still running. The batteries are running. What do you call it? The power supply is still running. We're still producing. The brain has found its maximum volume. Now we see different structures in it.
Yes.
It's very interesting. Thank you very much for sharing the knowledge with us.
You're more than welcome.
Thank you indeed. We'll wait for you to come back and teach us more.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, shall we see what the New Zealand's got for us?
Perhaps we can move to Armin first and see what he has to say.
Yes, Armin.
Okay.
Master Armin, what do you have for us? Is he still awake?
Yes.
It's 4 o'clock your time. Armin John, what do you have?
I have a system that I think, listening all these workshops, Mr. Kirsch, I want to ask 1 minute.
Are you sharing with us something?
Yes. I'm sharing the video.
Okay.
But
we can't hear any video.
No, just the video. My video. It's my camera, actually, not the video.
Okay. We just see 3 red dots, or what do you call it? Black dots on the table. Yeah.
Yeah. Here's the 4th one.
Okay. You got your what do you call it? The balls.
Yes. What I want to show you, Mr. Kesh, I tried the link, to conclusion that you can transfer that field of that plasma into the empty space, meaning the ball. With the nano-coated, actually, tube, you can transfer the plasma into the ball. It's an empty space, and you can close it. And then you have interaction of your balls. One up, you don't have a matter anymore. It's a field interaction. And you can do combination of the fields, different GANs, and try the interaction different way. But now you don't deal anymore matter level, so you deal in plasma level. The transfer is with nanotube to another empty space.
You're going into the dimension of the field plasma.
Yes.
Okay. Now you started it, you better enlighten them. So go from the beginning.
You can have your mixture in the container.
Arvin, you are too advanced. You got to understand we're all a bunch of laymen. You got to take us step by step.
No, come on.
You're not talking to me, you're talking to the rest, huh? It's for them to understand. I know what you've done, I know what you're doing is what we discussed it before, but explain that the people understand. It's not just a magic show.
We understood how we create nanomaterial, then we created GANs out of it.
Yeah.
That means we carry the same essence. If we have a copper GANs, that means we have a copper field essence carrying.
Where did you get the GANs from? You produced it and it's in the balls, or where have you placed it?
Yeah, I produced it. It's not in a balls.
Uh-huh.
It's not transferred yet. Well, I'm explaining what I want to do.
Okay. So what do you want to do? Explain that we can follow.
All you have to do, to seal the head of your tube where it goes into the container, which is, let's say, here, another sphere. But half of it is filled up with the water of the gas. And you just position your nano-coated material from the top. Because it's absorbing the fields, it will transfer to another container, which is the bowl. Now you have your field transfer directly to the empty space. Here.
Into where? In the ball.
In the bowl.
In the water bowl.
No. Into the empty bowl. There is no water in it.
Oh, you got a tube connection between it.
Yeah.
So you have to remember, Arvin, you got to nanocoat that tube.
Yes.
And in a way to absorb the energy in a field matter, you have to be able to create a gradient that the plasma reaches that empty ball space.
Okay.
You understand? And how you're going to create that? It's not a matter state anymore. It's already crossed the walls. The matter state does not exist.
Yeah, but still it transfers with nanotube that you.
Yes, but you still have to, at the level you work now, the tube is not needed.
Yes, you can put it in the middle.
You can put it. Yeah, but if you create a condition in the middle, and you create the interaction, you transfer the energy as you like.
Yes.
We've seen this in a very easy way, and if you nanocode that tube, you actually pinpoint it where you want to be, but the fields already have been and have created a connection with if what's in the center ball by controlling the field or the plasma in the three other balls. You understand? You create a pull from one to the other.
Okay.
Is in a way we pinpoint where we want it to be. We create the coils to see where we want to hold the GANs and the fields with what we've done, now you dictate with a pipe where you want the fields to be concentrated to. So, but the field, in principle, is already transferred to the matter state of the ball. There you concentrate it.
Yes, you bring the plasma into the matter, back to the matter again.
If you want to do it, yeah, it's very nice. Are we gonna fly almonds soon?
I don't know, Mr.
Beautiful.
I'll try.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Alvin. Can we see the New Zealand take, please?
I think so. Let me.
Alvin, in the next couple of weeks, we'll have a very big surprise for you lot. He's working on something very interesting. You'll be surprised in what he will deliver and develop. The only problem is we don't know if it's going to be inside it or outside it when he develops it.
We all choose.
Okay, come on, Rick. Let's show us the next one, please.
Okay, here's the New Zealand presentation. Vivek, are you there?
Yep, I'm back. I'm back. But the screen share is only showing a vertical line.
Okay, let me try that again. Let's make it a bit smaller, perhaps. Let's try that. Can you see it there now?
Yep, it's perfect now.
Okay.
Just as a background, we received this at technical support, and the persons who made this did not want to do the presentation directly for concern for safety for themselves as well as their loved ones. So we're doing it on their behalf. They have built a health unit in New Zealand, and they would like to get direct comments from Mr. Cash regarding this unit. So on this first slide, a step forward, design strategy. This is essentially a development unit. Even so, it is our belief that these units will need to become less experimental and more ergonomic if they are to be accepted by practitioners. We have therefore tried to design it to be aesthetically acceptable to any practitioner involved in clinical development, and for it to be sufficiently robust for him or her to be happy to have it in surgery or consulting rooms. We think it will also give patients a less intimidating feel of being experimented on. Although still somewhat industrial, the unit is also tending toward a therapeutic look, and for this reason, the frame is powder coated. We note that other developments have used a single white Perspex protection sheet in front of the coils, but we have elected to protect and locate the coils with white opaque vacuum formed 1 millimeter thick, 150 millimeter diameter PET and PVC plastic covers, which will discourage children from trying to reach the coils, whilst also reducing the CH matter state mass in front of the coils and allow easy cleaning. 150 millimeter diameter protective covers at the circuit side rear of each board are similar but transparent for inspection. There is not much to see when one is between the coil boards. We admit that the circuitry could be tidier, and we intend to provide full-length enclosing lightweight rear covers for the circuits on both sides for protection and cleanliness. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the coil support method that they used. Shown is our non-coated trial MAGRAV coil located in a coil board to show the coil support discs front and rear. Gravitational coil is located in the vertical plane by the disc horns and in the horizontal plane by PET protection covers front and rear, not shown, see photos. Magnetical coil is located horizontally between coil support discs and vertically by its seating in 105 millimeter diameter hole in the coil board. In this way, both coils are positively located in X and Y directions without impingement on the central spherical plasma generation area. Screws shown are only for demonstration. Actual fixings on the unit are plastic push-in studs which hold support discs and PET covers to coil board, both sides 4 per side. We welcome any comment relative to the possible effect of retention and enclosure of the coils in this manner. Is this likely to be a problem, Mr. Kesh? Hello, Mr. Kesh?
Yeah, I'm just looking at it. I don't understand what could be the problem.
This should be okay, isn't it? As long as the holder is ultimately nano-coated?
Yes, there should be no problem, but they're trying to make a fixed system, which we understand.
Yeah, this would be where the perspex boards will be.
Yeah, no problem. Carry
Okay,
on.
next slide, please. Okay, here they state the specification. The frame is aluminum square section and channel frame TIG welded. Coil board upright carriers are designed to slide in the floor frame channels. 4 by 13 millimeter diameter aluminum tie bars with M12 nylon washers and nuts. The finish is powder coated paint finish nylon top covers to frame. The frame is not nano coated. All bolts and fittings framed to coil boards using M8 nylon. There is no ferrous metal material anywhere in the construction. Do we see an issue with the non-nano coated frame, Mr. Kesh?
No, it shouldn't be because the frame is standard. You don't need.
Okay, next slide. Maximum opening between the coil boards is 1000 millimeters. Minimum opening between coil boards is 290 millimeters between the coil protectors. Top of the highest coil board is 1700 millimeters from the ground. Bottom of lowest coil board is 500 millimeters from the ground. Vertical board adjustment levels is 80 millimeters. Overall length of ground frame is 1600 millimeters, but it could be shorter. Overall width is 740 millimeters, and the disassembled package size is 1600 millimeters by 740 millimeters by 200 millimeters, which excludes the coil boards. Next slide, please. Okay, the coil themselves are made from 14 gauge bright copper, 1.63 millimeters. The mandrels that were used were 9 millimeters for the large mandrel and 4.7 millimeters for the small mandrel. They used 144 turns for the magnetical and 90 turns for the gravitational. So the number of the turns ratio large to small is 1.6. Length after winding includes extension to obtain correct outer diameter of coils. Magnetical is 300 millimeters, gravitational is 210 millimeters. Outside diameter is fitted to boards. Magnetical is 105 millimeters, gravitational is 80 millimeters. Coil width is 12.5 millimeters. They treated it by nano coating by caustic 3 times, not GANS coated. Connections are spiral wound, 14 gauge nano coated copper push-in inserts, lightly crimped onto the assembly. Application of cold caustic to all joints to repair possible scratching and cut point on wire. Each maggrav coil unit has a direct feedback line from magnetical output to gravitational input as per the instruction on the KSW 107. 107th workshop. Next slide, please. The support boards are made from low-density PSP multi-board integral skin, hard foam PVC, 12.5 millimeter thick, and machined only on one side from 15 millimeters to 12.5 millimeters. Semi-gloss hard skin was fine sanded to obtain wettable quality. Nano-coated surfaces by caustic. Board is nano-coated on all surfaces, including 6 coil insertion holes. Magnetical coil insertion hole diameter size is 105 millimeters. Coil restraint and support discs 2 millimeter PVC, 150 millimeter outer diameter. Nano-coated by caustic immersion after fine sanding on both sides. Gravitational coil is horizontal location and protection covers 2 per coil, opaque to the front, clear at the rear. 1.0 millimeter PET plastic vacuum formed. Not nano-coated, but could be if thought necessary. We covered this earlier on. So it should be nano-coated. Retention studs per coil per position. 8 per coil, 5 millimeter diameter by 8 millimeter nylon fir tree push-in clips, 4 per side of the coil. All of them have been nano-coated. Next slide, please. We note that the Philippines, Austrian, and Taiwanese units use Perspex coil boards. Even though relatively thin, Perspex is high density, high mass plastic. Although thicker, we have chosen to use a low density hard foam PVC for the coil boards, the extra thickness giving advantage for the vertical restraint of the magnetical outer coils, whilst we hope that the thicker but lower density material will not impede the performance any more than the thinner Perspex would. Any view on this, Mr. Kesh?
Hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
We can now.
Yeah, I was talking to myself. I switched off that while you're reading. In a way, it does not matter that much because of the field levels. But with these systems, try to use not such a dense materials, or at least when you do, try to use only what is CH bound soft, which means interaction allows the field flow in a much less interactive way. What they suggest is good, but there's nothing wrong with what the others do. Because after a level, these walls become a filter. Anything you use as a given mass, that's become a filter of that mass. If you use lead becomes, if you use a copper ball, the ball is your filtering mass limit. If you use aluminium, then the aluminium gravitational magnetic field strength becomes because anything below that is contained within. So matter state is a kind of filtering if in the magnetic field strength. If you understand, I'll explain this many times. Carry on, please.
Okay. So for the feedback cables and the plasma drain line, 14 gauge copper, 4.8 millimeter diameter, annealed and nano-coated spiral, 1.7 meter long, encased in 6 millimeter by 10 millimeter clear vinyl tubing, nano-coated by caustic immersion. The base load plasma cells, 6 of them, central nano-coated copper pin, negative, 14 gauge, GaNs coated paper, first stage. GaNs is 1/3 CH3, 2/3 CO2 made by distilled water salt method plus crushed quartz crystal. 5 millimeter diameter, 22 gauge nano-coated inner coil, grounded to central pin. GaNs coated paper and quartz second stage. 70 millimeter by 70 millimeter nano-coated aluminium wrap. 5-turn, 14 gauge, 12.5 millimeter diameter nano-coated feedback coil, grounded to central pin. 9-turn, 14 gauge, 12.5 millimeter diameter nano-coated output coil, positive.
Excuse me, Vivek. They are describing the production, the manual.
They are describing what they have done.
You can put this manual on. Can we look at the end product, what they show, and this manual
Sure.
can on the website. If give it to Brennan, and if Brennan approves it and the innovation team approve it, you can put it as part of the what do you call it, the blueprint.
Okay.
Just explain this. Let me look at the bottom end, what they've done. Can you go
Sure.
to the?
Just let's take note of point number 7, where they have elected to deviate in the circuit from the sender board circuitry of the Philippines Health Unit, as it seems.
Vivek, let's go
Yeah.
to that. They've done
Okay.
with this. We can read this. Freeze every few seconds that people can read it on the when they go through the live stream or whatever. Hold it there for a few seconds. That
Okay.
people freeze it. Okay. Go to the next page, please.
Okay. This is where they are asking for some advice
Yeah.
based on what they have done, based on the circuitry that they have chosen to go with.
Yeah. Okay. What do they need the help on? Carry on. Go on.
Sorry, Rick, could we go back 2 slides, please? That was where the question was.
This one.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
So what they said is they have mounted 6 split cells capacitors together in parallel at the base of the power board. And for the same reason, they added the split cell across each maggrav coil on the power board to ensure smooth, uniform, and equal plasma DC flow to each coil. So what they were asking is that it is a probability belief related to typical electron DC practice, which might turn out not to be at all appropriate for plasma technology, but we felt it might be worth testing unless Mr. Kesh already knows a reason why it may not be feasible. There's no provision for separating or switching on and off individual coil pairs on this unit. It is currently permanently operating on all coils without switching and has been for several weeks.
Okay, carry on. No, there is not much difference. It's just you have a homogeneous field.
Right.
Okay. The field stays as it is. Carry on. Can we see the next page?
Next slide. So this is what they have done on the receiving side.
Yeah. Next one.
Next one.
That's the mounting.
So they talked about how they detected and measured the field, and they received it by an antenna in free space, and they read it through an oscilloscope.
This is the, the only way you can measure most of the field traffic is with the oscilloscope, not with the current flow.
Right.
And a lot of people who use the power units with the voltmeters and that kind of thing, you can't see much, but you see the behavior of the plasma with the part of it with the oscilloscope. But
okay.
In a very different way. Carry on.
Okay, so they were just wondering whether is there any further things that they can do to detect the field and measure it, or have they overlooked something?
No, they haven't overlooked. It's just that the technology to develop this detecting system, magnetic gravitational field system, is in the progress. I've seen a small report from the Innovation Center. They're trying to follow the work of the gentleman in Japan, where we saw a few weeks ago. And the conclusion was, I think Brennan can tell you what was on the report, that it's a standard system that uses crystals. We'll introduce, now that we go into the maggrav systems on the plasmatic condition, or what we call liquid plasma and the filled plasma. In the next couple of weeks, hopefully, I'll introduce you a measuring system, how you can measure field. Now that is independent of the matter state, because most of the situations up now, you had a matter state restriction on presentation or detection. In a short time, you will see field. You measure the field by the field, by comparison to another in a spec. You don't create a tool for it. Then that gives you indication. I'll show you this in in the coming time, very soon. Now we move away from matter state into plasma field state. Now we can show much easier systems for these kind of detections.
Okay. So
I'll
over
wait
here.
for somebody to show something and then we go to the next step.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks.
So who would you like me to send the presentation to put up on the website?
To send this to innovation group.
Okay.
And they know what they're doing in there. If they prove it or whatever, they can go on the blueprint. Blueprint, most of it doesn't come just from the Keshe Foundation or the research center. Blueprint is aggregation of what everybody has done. We consider if we can go on public, it's good enough that we cannot misguide or put misinformation. Your development is part of the blueprint. And this is all the things which you deliver to us. If it's done so systematically and they can do it, then it is part of the blueprint. That's why we share knowledge. It's not just what we develop.
Okay, so thank you. I will send it to Renan.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Anything else, or shall we call it a day? We are nearly gone for.
Yeah, I think we've gone long enough here. We just have an announcement from Sandy about the reminding the students and teachers about the Q&A session. You want to announce that, Sandy? Now that I've announced most of it myself.
Maybe it's the last time she's announcing this. She's moving to Universal Council as a what we call Secretary General.
Oh, gee.
Oh, gee.
Well, I would
always thought the Universal Council has to be headed by a woman in every shape or form to get it right. And I think we chosen the right person. Thank you for accepting it.
Why, thank you. I hope I can perform to bring peace and help humanity get along here. It's just quite an honor to be in this position. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sandy.
But I would like to invite everyone, the teachers and the students, to the Q&A session. It'll be starting approximately 1 hour after this session or at 2 p.m. Central European Time, depending which is later. Okay, and I hope all the teachers come. Thanks, everyone.
So in the case today, would it be starting in an hour from now, or would it be on the hour at?
It would be an hour from now. I didn't realize it was already after 7. Sorry. Yes, it would be an hour from now.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you very much for being here today. Don't forget, our aim is to create peace through development of new technology and delivery of new technology. We are on the path. As you've seen today, we are going very rapid towards that target. It's for us to deliver the peace, not to wait for the others to talk about it. Join and deliver the technology to humanity in different shape and form, and we'll give you a platform. As I've said many times, nowhere, anywhere in the world you find people so openly sharing knowledge, and so being proud to be able to share the knowledge so freely. Thank you very much for today. Don't forget, if you're booking for the Rome, please complete as soon as you can, because we're going to close all the booking very soon. And at the same time, those of you who ask questions about motions, we are not creating any curriculum, because you'll be there and you'll be taught as you learn, as the speed is done. We teach you to become part of it. And it's no timetable of you with 9 o'clock this lesson and tomorrow with that lesson. That lesson goes according to your understanding. So you become passengers of the space when and the way you are ready for. Thank you very much for today. Thanks, Rick, and thanks for all the backup team which worked relentlessly for the foundation to be able to share knowledge so openly. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Keshe, and thanks to everybody who contributed today. There's lots of input there. Appreciate that very much. And that's the end of the 113th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, May 12th, 2016. And as always, thank you everybody for attending. Okay, we'll close the live stream.